I just realized I had my microphone muted for all of that. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Qwestley. Playing Endwalker MSQ Streamathon, Day 5. 2 to midnight, Tuesday through Friday, until the release of Endwalker, which releases early access 28th of June, full release July 2nd. One of these days I'll remember to unmute my microphone before I start doing everything. As I was saying, last time we beat Zodiark, and we're not quite sure where we're going from here. Because Zodiark has been built up as the big super bad, right? So who else is there to fight? But now, as a result of beating Zodiark, we've begun to experience the final days, a little bit of which you can see in the portrait there on the left. Rin standing defiantly in Yedlamot Harbor. But without further ado, let's get into it. We had reached the point where we were getting ready to go into the level 85 dungeon. Which we will get queued for right now. As always, joining me is my partner behind me in the other room. My lovely wife Anubis, playing Azarga Noikin. Alright, there we go. And now we wait. As I recall, this dungeon is full of teeth and horrific awfulness. Just because that's kind of the idea of horror that they've got going here, is like, is there too many teeth? There's too many teeth. The jive to the all of the scions standing around. But we don't want any of them. Not for this. Vanaspati. Yep, lots of teeth. Horrible terribleness, and everything is on fire. Away we go, chat. Let's see how much of this place I remember.
My friends, heed me. These are children of I could do them no harm.
There we go, okay. I don't know why it didn't grab them before. Whoa. Ow. What happened? Okay.
If this is the only way, I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
Might need to take it a little slower. Suppose I do need to remember that I don't have, I don't have the full Shadowbringer's gear. I'll probably need to start rolling on some stuff in this dungeon. Sploosh. Sploosh. Alright. First boss. Oh, you poor unfortunate person. Janakia. Quiet mouths. Mouth off. Is this the same thing? What? Ah, dang it. It's been a minute. this one. This one over here. Teeth, 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 teeth. All right, we did it.
What is this vile presence I sense? The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
Oh, I will, Vritra. I will most definitely be on my guard. There are no treasure coffers nearby. I want loot. Alright. Finally, treasure coffer. What do we got? Casting, striking, same stuff as the first one. I swear the game is just like. Alright, we're gonna try. Gotta remember to use Blackest Night more frequently. Fending gear, but it's the earring. And I've got the pre-order earrings. That does me no good. So I think we have to avoid the things. Oh. Ouch. Okay. Ether siphon, so the big thing's probably coming up again. Yep, there it is. Alright. We got it that time. Got it that time, chat. Excuse me. No more attack for you. There we go. Where's the exit to the arena? Equip that. 536. Oh, man. The devastation. This was their intention. I'm like, how do we go across? Where are we going? Dun, 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 dun. More teeth. Evil teeth. Give me a hand, won't you? Dun, 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 dun. Oh. Oh, okay, it's... Wait. Did I want the opposite, then? I think I wanted the opposite. Okay. Aha. Okay. Oh, the healer died. That's not good. We do have a red mage, so that's something. Reaper is dead. Ouch. And now the healer is dead again. And I'm dead. Everyone is dead. Ah. Okay, everybody's here. This is going a lot smoother, though. Now we watch for where he's gonna hook stuff. Alright, right here. As for some of those, you just cannot get out of the way fast enough. Oi, buddy. This one's rough. I don't remember this being this bad. Vulnerability. What? Oh. Oof. That was rough. That wasn't fun.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhaps so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
That's awful.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
So do they, like... She says rot and crumble away. Does that mean it, like, disappears? Or is this a, like, law of conservation of matter? Like, you can't create more of it, but you can't destroy any of it either. It just is dispersed to the point of it's not cohesive anymore?
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
There is no blood to spill.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I-One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone.
Actually, hold on. Now that I listened to him talk, is that Gosetsu?
I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance.
Sounds so familiar and couldn't... Yeah, I was like...
Estinian, here.
I'm not even sure I put that together the first time.
The last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you love.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
Gosetsu is an Uncle Iroh figure, so makes sense. Also, he's a dragoon. He ain't fallen. If anything, he falls with style.
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. while I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
But there's still... That's a lot of horrifying abominations. I mean, I get that Vritra is doing stuff about it, but... Blasphemy unmasked. Give me, my friends, but I must return to Megaduta for the time being. There, I can better manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands. In that case, we shall carry out an investigation of our own here in the city. Mayhap the residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations and the conditions under which it occurred. If we can ascertain what exactly triggered these tragic events, it may give us some insight as to a possible solution. Time is of the essence. Let us split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alize and I will see to Pax's path, Thankar and Y'shtola, pray make for Dharma. I leave Arta to Graha and Yurin. Any information you can gather on the first blasphemy or the manifestation of the final days here in the city would be most helpful. When we have completed our respective inquiries, let us reconvene in front of Megaduta, that we might share what we've learned with the satrap. Shall we be off then? Arta is home to the High Crucible of Alchemia, whose alchemists forged many of our warding scales. That seems as good a place as any to begin our investigation, don't you think? I spoke briefly with Nuadin, the chief alchemist there, on our last visit. He should be happy to answer our queries. I wonder, can I... No. Dun, 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 dun. Pretty colors, all the pretty colors. Reminds me of, I know that it's not the style that they're going for here, but this reminds me of, gosh, what is that art style? It's... I can't remember if it's Spanish or Mexican. One of the two. Like the black felt paintings. Ah, I remember those red eyes. You were with those scions who commissioned the scales from us, yes? I welcome you back to the High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? We are assisting the satrap in investigating the crisis that plagues the city. Did you happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? I did. As I was going about my work, I was disturbed by crashing footsteps so powerful that the very ground shook. I rushed outside and could not believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly, I heard panic screams coming from the direction of Balshan Bazaar. In the next instant, a monstrous beast poked its head out from amidst the stalls. A handful of the Radiant rushed to the scene, only to be sent sprawling as the fiend and its minions propelled themselves skyward. So the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. This knowledge may prove useful. I thank you for sharing your tale. Well, I do believe we now know where we should inquire next. To the bazaar, then. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, 536. What say you, Graha? So this is Thavnarian weave. I must say it bears a resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Korvos. Small wonder, really, given that it's just across the water. Not that I am much of an expert in Korvosi culture, of course. I've not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Sharlayan, and like as not, I will never reside there again. That said, in recent days I felt more acutely aware of my heritage, and grateful for it. It is thanks to my forebears that I inherited the royal eye, and with it the wisdom of ancient Alag. And so, well, I simply hope that my countrymen are safe, and one day when this calamity is but a memory, I would like to see Korvos again, if only once. Forgive me, but my shop's closed until further notice. Needless to say, we've more pressing concerns these days. We have come not in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Did you perchance witness anything? Afraid not, my friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw the little minions made a mess of the place they did. While that was all going on, the great big one tore through the west side of the bazaar. You'd have better luck asking there. Doesn't look like there's anybody else in this row of stalls. Is something the matter, traveler? If you are lost, perhaps I could be of assistance. Your offer is most appreciated. We are not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? Aye, I saw it all, though I wish I had not. I was going about my work when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around and there was the fiend, its massive body bursting through that entry with the force of a tidal wave. And then it was gone, as quickly as it came. Sisters, have mercy. What is happening to the world? What am I to do? Is nowhere safe? Settle down, friend. The danger has passed, at least for now. If it's not too painful to remember, could you tell us what you saw? First, I heard the screams. Then a horde of ravening beasts came charging toward us. One of them was huge, bigger than a merit, throwing people about like rag dolls, and it was eating them. I hid under the counter, saw others do the same. But the shrieking and wailing kept getting louder, more voices in the throng, beasts or victims, I couldn't tell. I knew not what was happening. I still don't. That is enough, my good man. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are safe. The High Crucible too has survived mostly unscathed. Pray stay close to your friends and loved ones, and rest your body and mind while you are able. I suspect that it's the most we can expect the people here to tell us. I think it best we find a place outside the bazaar where we might rest and review our findings. You got it, Graha. To the next stage of plot. Oh, it's back here. Immediately run the wrong direction. Accidentally bumped my chair into the desk. Judging by their accounts, the transformation had already occurred by the time the beast reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed towards the Aetheryte Plaza. In other words, the blasphemy may have first appeared in this vicinity. That being the case, the people in that Mayhain can surely tell us more. Dun, da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Going after that enormous beast, are you? Aye, I saw it, including the very instant that poor bastard transformed. Damn the gods for putting me there. It started over there by the window. A few men, merchants probably, talking and drinking. Conversation must have taken a turn for the worse. Next thing I know, their leader, I suppose he was, buries his head in his hands and black mist was swirling about him. Then his whole body bursts apart and there stands a hideous slavering beast, massive and foul, all gaping maws and bulging eyes. His friends start shrieking, then the black mist comes again until the change takes them too. The stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Nightmare. Ooh. Alright. I'm not in Nerd Resort. So that can stop anytime now. Nightmarish indeed. Incidentally, do you perchance know who those merchants were? No, I'm a decorator by trade. Not much cause to mingle with their sort. Saw Melia the barmaid chatting with them though. She might know something. Oh, pardon me. I was just... Anyway, take a seat wherever you like. We're open for business as per usual. So you direct me to this person, but you want me to go talk to them. Okay. Even after repairing all that damage, it'll take a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what the Radiant have been calling it anyway. I saw it too. We all did. I was standing here at the counter as Merid poured me a drink, when suddenly there came this dreadful sound like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I've ever heard. I turned around in shock, and from an ominous cloud of black mist rose the creature, enormous and ghastly to behold. As for what happened next, to recall it sends shivers up my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast got its claws on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue sky above turned red as blood. Merid, myself, and the other survivors clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant host came to our aid. Wait, did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn? I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast appeared and began to rage. Oh, hello there. Welcome to Merid's Mayhem. What can we get you? We've come not for libations, but rather for information. You are Melil, yes? We are investigating the so-called blasphemy on the Satrap's behalf. We hear it was one of your customers, a merchant, that first underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about him? He was something of a regular here, especially of late. Kalzal was his name. He ran his own consortium, dealing primarily in the exports of Thavnerian specialties. It's through him we met Matsya. Yes, the name rings a bell. Names ring a bell. Didn't you meet them both on your first trip to Thavner? If I recall correctly, Kalzal ran a trading operation in Yedlemad, and it was there that you made Matsya's acquaintance. Yes, that is the same Kalzal, no doubt. A rather successful man from what I gather. That said, it was clear that he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up everywhere cannot have been good for business. Even now with the towers gone, the collapse of the Empire has led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market for luxuries is surely not what it once was. Trying times for the head of a trading consortium indeed. Kalzal was a compassionate man. Even as his own business suffered, he did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and many others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting, as far as I could hear. Yet as they discussed matters further, Kalzal's tone grew grave and grim. It was then that... Forgive me. I would not have you recall the memory if it brings you pain. If I could, I would ask just one more thing. Did you notice anything unusual about Qwestley in particular? Please, anything at all. Sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps someone else can help you. Goodness me, I don't know why I'm yawning today, chat. Qwestley lived for his work and had no family that I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Still, perhaps his neighbors know something I do not. I can direct you to them if you believe it would help. What do you say? Exotic resort music. It's all designed to put me to sleep, chat. That's what's going on. Qwestley made his home in Kamha, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, Qwestley lived there since childhood and was known throughout the neighborhood. So he lives in a neighborhood in the city, and he, like, commutes down to the port every day? I guess he wouldn't have to be there all the time. Kama. The name is new to me. How do we get there? I'll write down some directions. Raha, come on. You tell me you can't, like, pull up the mental map? I cannot promise that you will find what you seek there, but if nothing else, it is a start. Come. Let's see where this lead takes us. Ask for directions. Let's see, after leaving the Mayhain, we're to retrace our steps and head back towards the Aetheryte Plaza. Now, is it just asking for directions at every one of those stops? Because if it is, I don't need them. From here, we ascend the stairs. Yeah, it's just directions. I don't need them. No, but it kind of stops you. May as well. Ah, this must be huge, in which case we should take the path leading southeast. If we keep going this way, we should arrive in Kama before long. Walking these unfamiliar streets is quite the adventure, is it not? I can only hope we can explore Radzatan at our leisure once this crisis is past. Me too, Raha, me too. Dun 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 dun. Down, 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 down. And this must be Kama. We've arrived at last. Let us begin questioning the residents without delay. No doubt someone here can tell us more about Qwestley. Given recent events, I imagine many are taking shelter indoors. Got it. Breaking and entering to ask questions. Qwestley, you say? Yes, I've known him since he was a boy. If there was ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return, he'd spend his days procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easily as breathing. Sadly, business was flagging of late. No surprise, really, what with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn till dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain for a way to turn his fortunes around. Then at night, I heard the door open. I looked out to see Kazal sitting on a bench, his head hung low, a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. I see. The situation must have been quite dire indeed. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary? Nothing to speak of, other than the troubles with his consortium. He was the same old Kazal, cordial and honest, like always. These questions you are asking, has something happened to him? He wasn't caught up in that terrible incident at the bazaar, was he? I don't travel much these days, but my daughters told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, I've heard little about these bizarre goings on. Rest assured, the city is safe now. The situation may change without warning. I urge you, stay close to your daughter and be prepared to take refuge should the satrap order it. Ariga. Could you come back another time? I just woke up and I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Well, that's one way to avoid the panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. You may not have noticed, but a great danger has come to Thavnair. I encourage you to stay alert and prepare to flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before we leave you in peace, pray allow us to ask a question or two. Did you know a local merchant named Kazal? If so, did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Kazal? Aye, I know him. In fact, we spoke just the other day. Like many others, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seemed as though he'd managed to turn things around, thanks to a generous order from Ruveda Fibers, while he was practically dancing in the streets. I haven't spoken with him since, but I assume it all... Well, Jinabaha might be able to tell you more, though. As I recall, he was the one who brokered the arrangement. Jinabaha at Ruveda Fibers. This sounds promising. Garahatia, private investigator. Oh gosh, now I'm just imagining, like, Grahatia dressed up as Magnum PI. If I'm not mistaken, these stairs lead to Dharma. It is quite the sight, the red sky above. During the final days of yore, the heavens burned and the stars fell. Creation magics ran amok. That was my assumption when I saw Amarat. Perhaps the ancients believed the same, that the terror of a single powerful individual was the cause of their calamity. And yet, those selfsame horrors now manifest themselves before our eyes. What could it be that sets the heavens aflame and turns ordinary men into beasts? What indeed? They're farming silkworms. This must be Ruveda Fibers, where we should find Jimbaha. Who is a man, to my surprise. No way. Jinabaha sounds feminine to me, but not that it matters. And hurry, I say, there's no time to waste. Pardon me, but you are in charge of buying and selling here, yes? We have a few questions that we'd like to... I'm sorry, but they simply don't have time to chat. If you haven't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. We must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before those accursed beasts return. In that case, might we be of assistance? Perhaps we could speak when the job is done. Very well. You can start by helping us move our equipment, ask the others what to put where. And you can carry our fabrics. In there. Go through that door and speak with Kamala. She'll tell you the rest. Remember, these textiles are our livelihood. Handle them with care. You got it, bud. I'm used to doing lots of heavy lifting. These are they like boiling the thread? Spooling it, I guess? This area is for employees only. Out, out! What's that? You've come to help. Oh, praise be to Mendrova. Kind stranger, I welcome your assistance. On your way here, you pass 3 storehouses, yes? I'd like you to carry that small crate to Nabrifal by the storehouse near the hatchery. The crate of clothing is from Manua. And that massive crate there goes to Zemira by the middle storehouse. Watch your back with that one. Those are all the crates we have ready. Once they've been delivered, consider your work complete. Nabrifal. Red, is it? Then you've come to the right place. We thank you for your aid. Manua. If you have any crates of finished products, such as carpets, clothing, and the like, pray bring them here to our primary storehouse. A crate full of clothing, is it? I can take that off your hands. Many thanks for the delivery. I guess the bar takes longer because it's... Oh gosh. Pick up the weighty crate. I say, you're quite the brawny one, aren't you? Oh, that's a woman. I say, you're quite the brawny one, aren't you? A good thing that. Never know when you'll need to defend yourself in these unpredictable times. A crate full of fabrics, is it? Exactly what I was hoping to receive. Here, let me put that away for you. Yes, please. Thank you. Ow. Arms. In pain. You've carried all the crates to the storehouse, you say, and so quickly, too. I've never seen anyone so strong. I and my associates will see to the rest, so please return to Jinabaha and assure him that our work is proceeding apace. To tell the truth, we're grateful for this distraction. I'm slipping into Russian every now and then. Too many terrible happenings of late, but generous souls like yourself give me hope that we may emerge from this trial even stronger. I pray we meet again in more peaceful times. Done as I asked, have you? If Kamala is satisfied with your work, then so am I. You have done us a great favor, traveler. I too have delivered the instruments and apparatus entrusted to me. You both have my thanks. With our wares safely stored away, we'll not lose any more to those fiends. I take it that your establishment did not escape the attack unscathed. We did not. Thankfully, most of our workers had already left for the day, but those of us still here saw it all. We looked to the burning skies in confusion, and then, before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the doors, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out, a scream of such agony, such terror, and in the next instant he too spotted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another fellow to panic, and then he too transformed. Get hold of yourself, man. I'm sorry, there was something you wanted to ask. Indeed. You knew the merchant Khazal, did you not? I believe he had some dealings with your establishment. Khazal? I know him well. We'd arranged for his consortium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end we received a better offer and had to turn him down. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission, and we'd have been fools to refuse. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand, we simply had no choice. He tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain as day. He said he'd discuss it with his associates, but I could tell he'd all but given up hope. Dejection and despair. You remember what we saw in Vanaspati, yes? Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushed to the very brink, turning into beasts one after the next. It would seem the same phenomenon occurred here, the poor craftsmen attacked by the fiends, as well as those that witnessed it, all undergoing the change. I suspect that everything began with Khazal. By all accounts, it was he who suffered from the most profound and piercing despair. Wait, could that be it? That such intense emotions were what triggered his transformation? Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others. And then triumphant music. We were to reconvene with the others in front of Megaduda, were we not? That should be just outside. With any luck, they will have already returned from their own investigations. My friend, we must take our leave. I pray that your establishment has spared further tragedy. But remember, your lives are far more precious than any wares. If you are ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Indeed, I thank you for your concern and pray you to take care as well. And Raha runs off. I am going to, real quick, I've got to fix my style, chat. Can't have Rin wearing mismatched gloves. It simply isn't done.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
We have.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances. Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
So the merchant Khazal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another.
They were big sad.
Their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Darkness in their hearts? Kingdom Hearts?
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings. Why remains to be seen. But there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference. If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karl Zahl's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized.
Why?
It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast.
Yes?
Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the satrap!
The satrap!
Thank the heavens.
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share.
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
Uh-oh.
You are?
I'm Matya of Akyali, a humble fisherman. Ah, I remember you from our first visit. Wait, you're... But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Palaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend. But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
No! Gods have mercy! Your Excellency! Save my grandson, I beg of you!
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb!
Yes, but you have to be calm.
What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, sink their fangs into him?
Be calm, woman.
Get away from her, now!
Yeesh. This is even worse than the Sin Eaters.
We've got to kill them before it spreads.
Oh, it spreads all on its own.
See the townspeople to safety.
Run as fast as you can. No! Our people, you must save them. My son. This is our trial.
Enough! You must run. For their sake and your own.
That look, man.
Yes, you will survive. You must.
But that's so awful. All of this is so awful.
Be strong, my friends! Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations!
Pulling on the Exarch there.
Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
My dude, my guy. Do that.
Alice, leave the city to us and make for Palaka's stand at once. Matya, show my friends to the village. I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest.
Right. Go with them, will you? We will save these people. As many as we can.
We must save Palaka's stand, whatever it takes. Matya, it pains me to put you into harm's way, but I would ask your aid as well. Of course, Palaka's stand is not far, just down that hill. But as I told His Excellency before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I had no choice but to turn back. In that case, this is what we shall do. Rin, I ask that you take the lead and dispatch any beasts you encounter. Alizé and I will keep Matsuya hidden amidst the trees and follow when the path is clear. You got it. There is no telling what dangers await us. Keep your eyes peeled. Hello. I've got a new ability I didn't realize I had. Salt and Darkness. Rank A hunt on the way. Dun, 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 dun. It cannot be. We must heal those we can, and quickly. I see no beasts, but stay on your guard. But first... no pulse, nor do they appear to be breathing. Cooling body has already begun to stiffen. The massive wound suggests the villager was gored by a terrible beast. Though the villager's injuries do not appear to be life-threatening, he does not respond to your efforts. His breathing grows more ragged and shallow, and his vacant eyes are those of a man who has lost the will to live. Even if I awake, the nightmare goes on. No, leave me to sleep. You call out, but the man does not respond. Have you come to help us? Too many. Too late. My family. My friends. I love this song. This is so good. Soaking you mad lad. Are these the only villagers who survived? I can only hope others managed to flee, but if the rest have been turned to beasts, by the 12. Let us do what we can to see the damage spreads no further, and no matter what comes, we must keep our spirits high, lest we ourselves suffer a similar fate. I can tend to the rest. Pray look after Matsya. No doubt what we have seen here weighs even heavier on his heart than ours. Who knows? Some lightning. In-game lightning, not real-life lightning, as you can see. Oh, Rin! This is Yereveth, the elder here. He is hurt, but praise be to the sisters, he still lives. Young Matsya here has told me everything. I have not the words to express my gratitude for your aid. When the heavens began to burn, we were afraid, but did our best to carry on as we always have done. Until today, when those unholy beasts came pouring into our village, a flood of midnight and death. There are no words to describe what followed. Men and women I have known since they were babes, struck down by the creatures, only to rise again to join the murderous horde, in the guise of those same hideous fiends. In the chaos, a handful of our villagers fled for their lives. I can only hope they have found their way to safety. Matsya, do you perchance remember Kerasaf and Navan, the young couple who always bought your freshest catches? How could I forget, Elder? When I first came to peddle my wares, desperate to get a living, they showed me such kindness. Others shunned me as an outsider, as is their way, but Kerasaf and Navan bought my fish and sung its praises. They turned my fortunes around. Alas, I fear they are in terrible danger. I saw them running towards Agama Temple, one of those beasts in close pursuit. They had their child, still but a tiny babe. To elude these fiends while caring for one so young is an impossible task. Surely, I beg of you, go to their aid. I want to help them, yet I am but a fisherman. I cannot face beasts on my own. Will you come with me? Religion Temple. I mean, that's not really any different than Matsya here. Matsya's name literally means fisherman. Or fish. One of the two. He's a fisherman named Fish. Well, thank you. Agama Temple lies to the west of here. We must hurry. Riding through the apocalypse with my chocobo friend. I apologize if I keep spontaneously like singing along with this, but it's just it's so good. We now take a break from your regularly scheduled death and destruction to find ether currents. I believe that's all of them. Yep, other than the quest ones. Back to the north we go. To Religion Temple. Legends of the Religion Temple. the Christian alternative to Legends of the Hidden Temple. Dance with me, chat. The temple is just ahead. It was built by those who worship Saint Agama. It's a saint religion. Has sadly fallen into disrepair in recent years. My friends made it this far, no doubt they are hiding somewhere amidst the ruins. No, please, stay back. That will scare us off. Oh no, this is not good. I'll take a look. But please do. The cry came from the ruins. You must hurry. Also, would they use the term saint? man lies motionless on the ground, bearing a grievous wound. I'm sorry, Rin. I tried to stay behind, but I couldn't. No, it cannot be. Is anyone. My arms, so heavy, and my legs. I cannot feel my legs. My wife fled with her daughter. I need to find them. I need. Get us off! No, get us off! You must stay strong! For time. I thought I don't want to die. Be alright. Thank you. Please. Fight them. You have my word. One still lives, and she has their child. We must search the jungle between here and Balaka's stand. There is nowhere else she could have gone, I think. Forgive me, Kerasaf. Once we have saved your wife and child, we will return and lay you to rest. Little monkey jerk. You see no tracks or other signs of recent travel. Mavan and the child must be elsewhere. If Mavan and her daughter came through this area recently, you see no evidence of their passage. Did you see any sign of them? I found nothing. Perhaps the beasts have chased them further from the village. Oh, gods above, I beseech you, pray deliver Mavan and her little one to safety. Meanwhile, to see Estinian be awesome.
to trouble us here. It's me. How fare you below? Understood. I will inform Vritra. Chaos and panic sweep Raz-at-Han, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ahawan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father. My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Palakistan as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it.
Yes, my companions tell it, silence.
So it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflicts this abhorrent punishment upon them. A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
Will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Raz-at-Han is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man.
Oh yeah, we're all his...
Could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust. Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear. No different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Have you so little faith, Vritra?
Only in death were Qwestley and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine. And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Qwestley would not have borne his sail to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes. And the Dragon Song War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned. I cannot speak for Ahawan's greater goals. Yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Raz-at-Han hangs in the balance. We have company. The hour has come, Vritra. It's all or nothing!
He said the line, chat! Only he said it a lot differently. If Mavan fled deeper into the jungle, she and her child are in grave danger. Whatever are we to do? Gods have mercy. We must try to stay calm, Matsya. Folding your arms like that doesn't exactly... But how can I at a time like this? They could be dead. So, if I allow myself to be overcome by this fear, I too might become a beast? I'm not sure I understand, but will do my best. I've seen to the wounded. How did the two of you fare? Did you find your friends? While we're standing around talking about it, we could go look for them. I see. In that case, let us help you find the mother and child. Before we leave, we must ensure the village will be safe in our absence. Alizai and I will patrol the area and search for more beasts. Would you and Matsya speak with Elder Yurevet? Pray explain to him the situation and join us as soon as you are able. We will save Mavan and her child. We can do that much for Karasov. Dun, 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 dun. I am heartened to see you both safe, but what of the family? We found Karasov, but he... Say no more. I understand. We have lost another of our dear friends. Karasov may be gone, but there is still hope for Mavan and their child. Please find them, I beg of you. And if, in your search, you come across anyone else who escaped the slaughter, pray tell them what has happened. 1 second. Trying to be slow. Oy vey. Okay, I think we're good there. Was cutting the top of my head off. It still kind of is, but eh. And if in your search you come across anyone else who escaped the slaughter, pray tell them what has happened. I will do my best to keep the villagers safe and their spirits high. Come, let us rejoin your friends at once. I'm pleased to report that the vicinity appears to be beast-free, no doubt thanks to your earlier efforts. And with that, let us resume our search for your friend and her child. Where should we begin, Matsya? We follow... I do not know how to pronounce it. Qwestley? I don't know if it's supposed to be all together, or if the K is silent. We will arrive at Prusa, a temple. It is a sacred place where people go to commune with divinities. It's possible that Mavan sought shelter there, and perhaps other villagers as well. Then it's settled. Matsya, stay close to me, alright? You two, take the lead. Keep an eye out for beasts and anyone in need of help. Very well. We make for Perusa as quickly as we are able. With me. Kumbira. Leave me alone. Thank you. Villager woman. Thank you. I thought I was done for. Mavan? She's a friend of mine too, but I have not seen her. She must still be out there somewhere, trying to avoid the beasts, and with her child. Gods. Worry not for me. I can make my way back to the village on my own. Rin, wait. Perusa lies just up ahead, but something terrible has happened. The beasts have come, and many have already been killed. Alfino and Alice have gone to do what they can, but there are so many, more than I could count. You must be ready. Yeah. Killing monsters is what I do best. Oh. Whoops. Sorry. There you are. How fare the others? I see. You've seen to all the beasts in sight? In that case, let's have everyone gather in front of the temple.
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Has anyone seen Mevan?
Where could she be?
We've dealt with all the blasphemies and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return someday.
But where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things. And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
My friends, this is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested, always and ever.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are. My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
That was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand, so I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
I won't argue with that.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mevon. Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
You were able to see that. Over there. My view was blocked by the trees, but I'm sure I saw someone being chased by a beast. Rin, go with Mattia and search along the river. Alphino and I will circle around from the south. Such a beautiful sentiment, though. When life sucks, just remember, that's life and there's good waiting for you. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen all the time, but I believe it does more often than not.
That's her! No, I'm sure of it! Vivian!
Don't, please!
No! God have mercy!
I really wish I was wearing my leathers right now. Yvonne's lifeless body floats before you, battered and broken. Her death no doubt came swiftly. Her infant daughter, however, is nowhere to be seen. You take the babe into your arms. If she yet lives, you cannot tell, but she will surely not survive unless you carry her to the surface once more. How did Mavon die, though? Like, she was still alive when the monster, like, threw her. And maybe she landed on her spine a certain way. Did you find Mavon and the child? Damn it all. You have the child? Let me see her.
She's so cold, Alphino.
The child is alert, and I see no wounds, and yet she grows weaker.
She needs CPR.
What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back. Not now!
Matsia, take the child.
Go. Be brave.
God damn it. It appears we've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Matzia, can you take her back to the village? But the child, all by myself. You can't be serious.
We are serious. Now go.
We'll follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall. Be strong, Matzia. Her life is in your hands.
Right. I can do it.
Good lad.
I know you can. We'll keep them busy, Matzia. Go! Quickly!
Steady. You know the way. No. No! Not you too.
The baby's not cognizant of anything. How can the baby succumb to this?
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path. Death lurks in the dark. No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid! Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged. Every agony.
Justinian! Y'shtola? Oh no, just Ritra.
The divinity.
Nay, but one who would deliver thee just the same.
Yeah, this expansion pulled no punches.
Please. You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasef. Please.
Well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
Thou art strong, little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
Right. That's the last of them. We should hurry and find Matzia.
I have a feeling he'll be fine.
Really? How can you be so sure?
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
Estinian, it was you who came to Mattia's aid.
I was only along for the ride. Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
Where the worm will honor Ahewan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
There's something I need to do first. Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone. She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband at least. Will you help me?
Of course. We have done what we can. 'Tis for the villagers of Balakistan to perform the funeral rites. If nothing else, Mivan and Karasov died as they lived, as themselves and not as beasts. Their souls will find peace in the ethereal sea. To think the day would come when even that smallest of solaces would be discomforting. You are ready then. In that case, let's head to Balakistan. No doubt Vritra is awaiting us. No more epic music, instead replaced by the sad music. Rest easy, for all is well here. Young Matsya returned with the babe safe in his arms. Owing to a warm bed, the girl hath already begun to regain her strength. Less joyously received was word of the mother and father's fate, as well as that of their transformed neighbors. How many children of Thabner must we lose to this calamity? Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, every death another void that can never be filled. We who survive them must carry the weight of their memory as we strive to regain a semblance of what we have lost. Karasov and Mavan's babe is a child of Thabner as well. I thank you for returning her to us safe. Oh, most great and merciful worm, I have not the words to express my gratitude. They say that were it not for you, brave Matsya and the child would have been lost to us forever. Long had I heard the rumors that the mighty dragon had forged a pact of friendship with the satrap, but never would I have expected such a kind and gentle soul. Truth in part, but not in whole. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. An isle I have ruled over as satrap, with Ahewan as my loyal servant. Are my ears to be believed? You were the true satrap all along? Nitana, what are you doing here? I heard from the Radiant that you had gone to help the people of Balakastan in their time of need. And so I and several of my colleagues from the Great Work came to offer our services. The alchemists have already brewed up some potions for Mevan's daughter. But enough about us. You and your role are the far greater enigma. If you were the true satrap all along, could it be that young Varshan was created to serve as your emissary? Thou didst suspect the boy was but a simulacrum. A rumor has circulated for many years around the High Crucible that our most skilled alchemists were once commissioned by the satrap's family in secret to fashion a mammoth indistinguishable from a living boy. Looking at Varshan with that knowledge, I simply put two and two together. I was not alone in drawing this conclusion, but like me, they no doubt recognized that the satrap was using the simulacrum to work more closely with his people, and decided not to press the issue. I'd always assumed one of Ahawan's associates was manipulating it from afar, though the truth is indeed far more surprising. It is an honor to meet you in the flesh, Master Vritra. Pray allow me to express my gratitude. If you had not believed in and given unto us your scales, I do not know where we would be. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. 'Twas thou and thy fellow alchemists that fashioned the means to unmake the towers. You were the saviors not only of Radzat-Han, but the star. Far too kind you are, Master Vritra, but the star yet wants for salvation. Once more will my colleagues and I commit the knowledge and resources at our disposal to the mission of aiding the people in this their darkest hour. It would seem this place is in good hands. I will return to see how Radzat-Han fares. What will you do, scions? I worry for the survivors we met at Perusa. Shall we pay them a visit before making our way back? In that case, might I ask a favor? Nothing too burdensome, I promise. This way. Alright. Chat, I gotta take a quick, short little bathroom break. I will be right back, and we will continue in just a moment. We back, and I have snacks, chat. Needs to simmer just a bit longer, I'd say. In the meantime, I was hoping I might ask you a few questions. The Red Sky, these terrible beasts, what in the name of the sisters is happening here in Davner? A great many things. A great many horrible, terrible things. My, that's rather a lot to take in. It would seem the situation is even more grave than we suspected. Thank you, friend. My colleagues and I will use our knowledge to see if it can further our own research. And with that, here we are. A pot of piping hot chai brewed from my own secret recipe of spices and tea leaves, together with hearty helpings of rich milk and purest sugar. I've made enough for everyone in the village. Might I trouble you to deliver a few cups? The drink has medicinal properties, then? Not in the least. The ingredients are quite ordinary. It's so very tasty, though, and has a way of lifting the spirits. The spicy aroma and distinctive sweetness of chai is a simple, everyday pleasure on our island. Sometimes the best medicine is the simplest. A lovely sentiment, Nadana. By all means, allow us to assist. Yeah, sometimes that's all you need. Just a teensy little pick-me-up. While you lot distribute hot beverages, I'll do sweep for errant beasts to slay. A far less arduous task, no doubt. When you've finished, look for me at the Wakeful Tirana. Look at them all lazing about, knowing full well the beasts might strike again at any moment. Do they not realize their lives are in danger? Well, I, for one, intend to survive. I'm too young to die. Yes, I'll leave this island behind if I must. But where would I go? Is anywhere safe these days? Have some tea. A cup of chai? Can't you see I have more important things to worry about? No, you're right. It is precisely in times like these that we must strive to remain calm and steady. I do believe I'll visit the Elder and see what needs to be done. If there is any way I can aid my village and my friends, I will do it. Goldfish. Wait, I know you. You were the one who saved us from those beasts back at the temple. Were it not for you, well, let's not even think about that. At times like this, we mustn't dwell on what might have been, but look to the future. But what future awaits us? How can Radzatan hope to recover from this? Most of my friends are gone, and I don't know where to turn. Have some tea. A cup of chai? Well, if you insist. That aroma has a way of clearing the mind. Come to think of it, we've faced our fair share of trials in the past as well, and no matter how hard the times, we've always come together as a people united. One day at a time, one step at a time, for that is all any of us can do. Yes, back to work, once I finish this cup. Thank you. No one inside. Up there. I'm sorry, I just want to be left alone. My best friend and I, we fled the village together. One of the beasts took him and it was all I could do to run. All the while I could hear this monstrous voice screaming my name. Have some tea. This is for me? We used to drink chai together often, shared stories over steaming cups after a hard day's work. Thank you, friend. The pain may never pass, but I must press on all the same, for his memory and for we who must remember. And now, side quests. Thank you for delivering the chai, Rin. Did it help to lift the villagers' spirits? You got it, yep. That is heartening to hear indeed. The final days showed no signs of abating, but that is all the more reason that we must try to keep our composure. Our lives have been forever changed. The people we have lost will never return to us. These tragedies will long weigh on our hearts. But we have the capacity to live with our suffering, to carry the agony till we too join the fallen in death. It is not a surrender, but a recognition. But it is only in acceptance that we find the strength to move forward. As you finish your deliveries, might I talk with you for a moment? I was curious to know what has become of Mivan and Karasaf's remains. Oh, thank you, friend. Surely they will be able to rest peacefully by each other's side. I and the people of Palakistan will perform the rites as soon as we are able. As for the child, it will not be easy for her, growing up without her parents, but I promise to do what I can. Once she's able to eat solid food, the fish I catch will help nourish her. It takes a village. I keep hoping for another voice cutscene, and I keep taking snacks. And then it's not. Well, we've finished delivering the chai. I do hope everyone has a piping hot cup. I do believe everyone. I could almost believe there's a magic at work, how their tension fades with every sip. Let us pray that Palakistan has seen the last of those transformations, at least for now. They're all at risk, as every village in Thavnair like as not. Still, I trust we can leave this place in the care of our friends from the Radiant and the High Crucible. Shall we return to Razatan? By all means, do not let us keep you further. There are still many who have need of your wisdom and strength to deliver them from this terrible calamity. And I will do what I can as well. I will bring rations and supplies from the Akyali. I can pronounce words. We have plenty to spare. Then let us find Estinian and be on our way. Where did he wander off to again? The Wakeful Tirana, near the bridge to Razatan, as I recall. Very well, then. And now we go back. But not until we do side quests. There's so many of them. You're the one who slew that terrible beast, aren't you? Big and brawny, just the type of woman... I am not big and brawny. I'm taller than you, but I'm not... Kareed? I've got my eye on you. I have a job that I believe will suit you perfectly. Make my living as a weaver, and I've had an idea to craft armor for the Radiant Host. Scales from long-lived Pisaka are nigh indestructible, but such animals lead quick and brutal lives. Finding an aged specimen is difficult. Still, they are animals all the same, and cannot resist the allure of fresh meat. If you were to use the corpse of a Guhasaya, then the scent of its blood will surely draw out a prized specimen. Okay. Let's see, how many... We only need 2 more. Okay, and we've got, like, 3 blue quests here, so 2 of those should give us our ether currents, and then we should be able to just fly around doing the side quests, which will make things go much faster. Heard all about the good you've done for our village, and we're all thankful for it. I hate to impose upon your generosity further, but if you have a moment to spare, could you lend me your stout arm? Sure. I would ask you to search for my father. I haven't seen him for bells, and after asking around... Hello! Welcome in! Sky Nolan? Pleasure to have you with us. You've caught us in the middle of Endwalker main scenario quest. Streamathon Day 5. Divinities only know why he went alone, but if I were to follow him, I'd likely end up at the bottom of some beast's belly. Please find him and return him safely to our home. Let's pick up these blues here so that we can get a move on. Excuse me, did you need something? Wait, you're her, the very woman who saved Mevan's child. Rin, was it? I knew it. I'm Yazan, an alchemist of the great work. I am but one of the few who are looking after the child. Something about Pakistan? I don't know that I've said anything about Pakistan. There's a town here called Palaka's Stand. Yeah, so there's the name of this place. Palaka's Stand. Which, yeah, speaking quickly and the way I'm reading some of the accents, that might sound like Pakistan. I can definitely get that. If you ask me, Passerine is the most motherly among us. She had a child of her own not too long ago, so I reckon there's no one better to be a wet nurse. That being said, times have been trouble for us all. It might be unseemly to ask her to take on such a burden unless she was willing. I know we are beset by monsters. I'm almost... What about Pakistan? If you've even an ounce of strength to give, I'd ask for your aid. I'm in need of a brave soul. I would ask my brothers and sisters of the Radiant Host, but our numbers have been greatly diminished. Very good. It shall be heartening to have another warrior by my side. Let us commence. What luck! You look capable of braving the jungles unscathed. Would you help me search for a group of refugees I became separated from? As the chaos unfolded around us, I fled in the direction of Agama Temple along with a few others. I was able to make my way here, none of the others have, and worry for their safety. Agama Temple is to the west. Please journey there and guide anyone you can find back here. Both is the answer to that question. Who do I think is most suited to care for the child? Yuzan is the obvious choice. Dependable, loyal, and dutiful. Every quality you would desire in a parent. I know he does become so absorbed in his research, but that devotion has made him a peerless alchemist. Might you have a few moments to spare? Our healers are overwhelmed with the number of injured and sick, and even a single pair of hands will go a long way. Some of their duties require them to venture into the jungle, a dangerous prospect at the best of times, but a death sentence under current conditions. If you would offer your capable arm to their aid, please do so. The stories paint you as a ferocity incarnate, and by the sight of you, I don't reckon they're too far from the truth. Brain. You mind lending me an ounce of that ferocity to catch some prey? The healers from the village have tasked me with hunting down a beast possessing a right deadly venom. I'm at a loss as how to go about it, but with 2 strapping hunters, I'm sure we'll find a way. I look forward to seeing what you can do. Well then, our mark is to the north. I trust you'll keep up with me. Make sure these blue ones are cracked. You have a look in your eyes I'm well familiar with. You wish to see the threads of fate which guide you, yes? What if I told you they could be illuminated through the fine art of reading chai tea? You don't say. Yes, the last remnant of a cup of tea can show your fate. The leaves and spices in the cup spelling out a message for those who can read it. This art has been perfected over generations in Thavnair. Before we begin, however, you must gather the spices we will use with your own hands. It's the only way to attune the tea to your destiny. I've marked on your map a location where you can harvest 3 different spices. You will choose 2 of these, and do not make this choice lightly. Got it. Are you a big Final Fantasy fan yourself? Gads, my knees. My years are catching up with me. Accent sounds like the servant of the Batman. Like, oh gosh. I'm a massive fan of Batman, and all of a sudden I can't think of his name. Alfred. You there, traveler, might you have some time to spare for an old maid? As I fled from the chaos that erupted, I took a terrible spill and dropped a charm that is very important to me. Can you believe it? One of those flea-infested Hanuman langurs. Would that I still had my youth. I'd skewer that fiend at the end of my spear. Alas, my vigor isn't what it once was, and I'm still aching from that fall besides. You'll have your charm back. We'll find it. I will find it. The animal read off toward the font of Maya. Fell it quickly and return my charm to me, please. How else am I to defend myself from fate's cruel machinations? I don't know. Don't believe in fate. If you don't believe in fate, fate won't believe in you. Excuse me, but you're a traveler, yes? Would you be willing to take on a personal request? I'm worried for the safety of a friend of mine and would ask you to check on them. Thank you. I know you have no shortage of demands on your time, my friend. Oh, my friend, you see, he's a bit of a private person, and I only wish to know how he is faring. The journey to his abode is much too dangerous for me to attempt alone, and I wouldn't dare ask another villager to go in my stead. Resides in the jungle to the northwest. I'll mark the location on your map. His name is Sushina, and if you say his name, he should respond. If my worst fears have come to pass and he is wounded, please use this medicine. You'll be rewarded for your efforts, but I suspect you would have helped me even if I had nothing to give. That's some assumption there, my guy. No matter how true it is. Strange Hanuman Langur. Chitter chitter hee. Chitter chitter hee hee. Is the monkey the whatever that is it going to start, you know, ow! You're the one who saved Mevan's child. Might you help a father in need? My daughter is nowhere to be found, and I fear she's gone off into the woods. Others from the village have joined in the search, but our numbers are few. We've yet to even reach Perusa. If you could add your eyes to the search, I would be ever so grateful. My daughter was wearing a red coat when last I saw her. I will make my way to Perusa, so please bring her there if you find her. May the gods grant you insight. Okay, so now... what's an apparent? That doesn't give us what we need, though. Although, it is right here, so we can just go talk to somebody. Ah, there's the last person we need to talk to. Child, eh? None doted over her quite like Yazan, but I understand alchemy isn't a merciful trade for a parent. Still, there's no one else that comes to mind. I'd volunteered to take her in myself, but with the chaos of recent events, it's difficult enough to see that me and mine are fed and clothed. I know I'm not the only one facing such hardships. Very true. Welcome to my humble workshop. I'm almost too nervous to ask, but what did the others say? Someone nominated me? Well, that's neither here nor there. You said Azreen's name was mentioned. She was a good friend to Mevan, it's true. But there are other factors at play that make me reticent to ask her. Simply put, I'd rather not burden her father if it can be avoided. That being said, we don't exactly have the luxury of choice, all things considered. I suppose it would be remiss if I didn't at least speak with her. I owe the child that much. Will you accompany me, Rin? A supportive presence by my side would help me find the right words. Azreen should be nearby, doubtless watching over her own child. I must deliver this medicine before speaking with her. Okay, let's go talk to the other person in the village here. Sky, do you play this game yourself? Just out of curiosity? Yazan, it's so good to see you, and who is this with you? Azreen, meet Rin. She's the hero who saved Mevan and Karsaf's daughter. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. Thank you for your bravery. I've heard tell of the troubles she's been through since. I hope that you're able to see her return to health soon. It has been trying to be sure, but we must look forward to the day she's hale. Everyone is doing their utmost to make it so. The question remains as to where she will go from there, however. I've considered taking her into my home, but I fear my qualifications as a parent are somewhat lacking. I know you two have been a dear friend to Mevan. Boy, the way that sentence is written. And as such, only thought it meet to ask if you're willing to care for her daughter. If you are, I would do everything in my power to see that she's given into your care. I'm flattered. Mevan was as family to me, and I view her child as my own. I would do anything to see her raised into as brave a woman as her mother. However, I cannot care for her. I'm not worthy to care for her. Why? Why not? Worthy? What does that... Ah, my apologies. I understand it was a sudden request, and no small one besides. Please forgive the imposition. I'll be in the village for some time yet. Should you require treatment for you and yours, please seek me out. I will. Thank you, Yazan. I would speak with you further, Ren. Let's return to my dwelling. Wasn't too forceful, was I? I simply asked her if she was willing. I didn't mean to make her feel obligated to agree. I find her words somewhat mystifying. Not worthy? What could that mean? I'm usually not one to pry, but this worries me. I consider Passerine a friend, and I'm loath to leave her to her troubles. And there's still the matter of the child. Shall have to think on what to do from here. I may need your help again soon. I hope you're willing. I'm not worthy to be willing. Well then, if you're willing, I have a task that requires immediate attention. It's simple but essential, namely the gathering of herbs. The child is in a vulnerable state, and I would fortify her against further sickness. There are also more wounded in this village than I had anticipated, and my stores begun running low. It would be best to replenish them while time affords us an opportunity. Let's do it. Splendid. I require several of the reddish soma herbs which grow among the shrubbery to the northeast. With both of us working in tandem, I wager we should have enough gathered before the next bell. Oh, right. I can't fly yet. I was like, lift off! Who are you? My father? Oh, I'm such a fool. I wanted to pick some flowers before visiting Perusa, but I never wanted to cause worry. Since you're already here, could you help me? You can't visit Perusa without one each for the Manusio and the Murga. Let's find those, and then we can be on our way. Mother said that the red petals symbolize life and remind the divinities of the lifeblood that's the source of their power. Mother told me these orange flowers are favored by the gods of Murga. Doesn't the color of their petals remind you of the rising sun? Its nourishing rays are a source of power, and they cherish these flowers above all others. Rendezvous with the troubled father at Perusa while accompanied by the lost girl. Oh, we have to go all the way down there. Okay. Oh, I thought I was doing a blue quest this whole time, and I'm not. That's... it's fine. Frustrating, but fine. Thank the gods, I'm so glad she's safe. I apologize for troubling you, but I really want to see Mother again. I couldn't imagine visiting Perusa without these flowers in hand. If I offer these to the gods, surely they'll allow Mother to return to us, right? Will you come with us? Here, you offer this flower to the Murga, and I'll offer this one to the Manusia. The gods will be so happy to receive them. Yes, me too. Why don't we return home? We can prepare the soup she liked so much. Thank you, traveler, for all you've done. Meet me again at the village, and I'll see that you are rewarded for your kindness. These appear to be the herbs you seek, but only their stems remain. This calm music. Meanwhile, I'm over here fighting all these nasties. Thank the heavens, I'd resigned myself to becoming food for those dreadful things. What's that? My daughter sent you to find me. I thought no one saw me leave the village, but I suppose I'm not so sly as I thought, and now I've caused her and you no end of worry. The number of people fleeing to our village increases by the day, and although I would never begrudge them protection, it does put a strain on your food supplies. I took up my old fishing equipment, hoping I could make some small contribution. Children need hearty meals to grow, after all. Filling our stores is the least I can do to ease us through these troubled times. Your generosity is much appreciated. I've already set up several cages near the water. All you have to do is check them and bring me anything they've caught. Excellent work, excellent work. My search came up fruitless. It appears we're not the only ones seeking this particular herb. Shouldn't come as a surprise, I suppose. This area is well known for the medicinal plants which grow here. If my supplies run low once more, perhaps I should ask the villagers if they have any to spare. For now, I believe we found all we can. Who are you? Are you here to save me? Of course, I knew she wouldn't forget about us. The beast prowled the area for some time, but I managed to find refuge among these rocks. Been too frightened to set foot from their shelter for fear of drawing the attention of some hungry animal, but with you here, I believe I can find the courage. Will you accompany me to Palakistan? Oh. You don't want to mount up. Wait, where did... Not so fast. I didn't go very far. You were with me. Hey. Don't know how to thank you. You saved my life. Please tell that brave woman from the Radiant Host that I've arrived safe and sound. I must think of a way to repay your bravery. Alright, so that's... we can turn some of these in. You were returned at last, and none too soon. I feel that something terrible is soon to happen. Were you able to slay that monster? You betcha. This is it. This is it. I can already feel my vitality returning, such as it is. Death shall have to wait for many years yet. Thank you. Received this charm in my youth when I was handed a spear and deemed a warrior true. It was passed down through our order, and I keep it still to remember my halcyon days. Although my fighting days are long behind me, I would be happy to impart some small measure of my knowledge to the stewards of the future. Welcome, my daughter is safe and sound and in high spirits. Perusa is said to be a place where we can commune with the spirits of our ancestors. Doubtless she believes that her little expedition will bring her lost mother back. Regardless, I will see that she doesn't wander off by herself again. You've proven yourself worthy of your reputation. Thank you, sir. As I suspected, we weren't the only ones searching the jungle. I returned to my quarters to find a bag positively stuffed to the brim with herbs, including soma, in fact. I asked a nearby colleague who delivered this bounty, and they told me it was one of the Arcosadora resident stewards. I believe I know who it is. Her name is Sula, a shy one, but obviously kind of hard. I spied her eavesdropping during our conversation with Passerine. Poorly, I might add. I apologize for asking more of you at the end of a trying day, but would you speak with her for me, offer our thanks for the herbs, and perhaps find out if she knows anything of Passerine's troubles? For my part, I'll begin synthesizing the medicine at once. Sula should be somewhere nearby. I pray you have a productive conversation. Oh, you are? I mean, who are you? Do you require something from me? The herbs? I came upon them while hunting, nothing more. I have heard that the medicine made from them is effective in treating the ailments of young children. It seemed only meet that I should do my part, as it were. Oh, that? Well, very well. I believe I can shed some light on the root of Passerine's distress. That is what you wish to hear, yes? Yazan asked you to speak with me, just as he asked you to gather his herbs. Well, then perhaps it is best for us all to all speak together. Go to him and allow me some time to gather my thoughts. I shall approach you when I'm ready. You're just in time. I've only just finished synthesizing the medicine. So did Sula tell you anything of interest? Well, I suppose I can hear it straight from her. I appreciate that you felt it fit to include me. Firstly, I owe you an apology. I was sneaking about out of concern for Passerine. I know what it is that weighs on your mind, on her mind, you see. That is what you want to know, yes? The story is troubling to hear, and even more troubling to relate. Before I tell it, you must promise me that you will be her strength in the days to come. Of course, anything to help a friend. Dazal, her beloved husband, was killed. When the veil of chaos descended upon the world, he fled into the jungle and transformed into one of those terrible beasts. He returned here a monster, where my sister Choppa met his wrath, and neither of them survived the ensuing struggle. I was there as well. Despite his monstrous form, I knew it was Dazal. I froze in terror, while Choppa stood undaunted. She fought alone for my cowardice. It was my fault she died. I knew this, and yet I laid the blame on Passerine's shoulders. I lashed out at her, cursing her for her husband's cowardice. When we both should have comforted the other in mourning, I turned my back on her. I left her to bear the burden of not one, but 2 deaths. It is only natural that she would be hesitant to look after another, given that. I was a fool to condemn Passerine when it was my duty to protect the people here. I have wanted nothing more than to apologize since that day, but I fear my words were too cruel to forgive. I cannot stand to meet her gaze. It was a difficult time for everyone. We often lose ourselves in moments of crisis, but so long as we find our way back, we are worthy of forgiveness. Chappa would agree, I'm sure. She wouldn't blame you for what happened, nor would she want you to blame yourself. Passerine doubtless feels the same. You're right. I must apologize to her. That is the only course. Rin, was it? I will speak with Passerine, but I require some time to muster my courage. Soon, I promise. Dun, da, 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 da. Thank you for lending an ear to my troubles, Rin. If you are willing, there is a place I would travel to, and I wish for you to accompany me. Administering to my duties may help calm my nerves. To that end, I mean to inspect the temples for signs of disrepair. After we have finished, I hope to find the courage to once again look Passerine in the eyes. With all the monsters about, most of my attention of late has been focused on finding and protecting those who have fled. With the arrival of the Radiant Host, however, there is finally time to attend to this long-neglected duty. I too must ask that you go with Sula, knowing that their holy places are being cared for may set these people's hearts at ease. Even an ounce of comfort is precious in these trying times. Much appreciated. Would that I could join you, but I'm afraid an alchemist's tools are of little use against fangs and claws. That doesn't mean I'll stand idly by, however. I'll remain here and continue making medicine for the children. My hands may be clumsy with sword and shield, but there are few more adroit with mortar and pestle. We are blessed indeed to have a pair such as you looking after us. Well then, let us begin the patrol. Our first destination shall be Perusa, to the southeast. It is a bit of a trek, so make the proper arrangements before departing. We can finally get the... Alright, there's this one. I watched your arrival. I recognized that man from the group I was with, and I'm overjoyed to see him safe. Thank you for escorting him here. Truly you are worthy of the reputation you've earned. I dare say even a Gama would be awed by your bravery. He was a storied mendicant of the Arkasodara. When the heroes landed ashore this island and war broke out, he spared no effort to save the lives of all who were injured in the conflict. He saw no tribes, only those in need. He's not so different from you, who throws himself into the maw of danger to save someone they've never met. If a Gama's spirit lives on today, it is through your selfless deeds. Take this as a reward, although I have no doubt you would deny it if I let you. Once my watch is ended, I shall patrol the woods in search of any more hiding amongst the trees. Considering the similarities of that name to Azema and Azem and all the others, like Azim, Azem, Azema, I have a sneaking suspicion that Agama is another another, like, past life, as it were. Oh, you gotta be kidding. Snake, I'm trying to talk. That's rude. I was gonna just, you know, let you be, but you decided nope. We should begin our patrol by heading south, a route through which many refugees from Yedlamad pass. We will cover more ground if we split into two groups. If you'd find anyone in need, go to their aid, and if you discover any discarded effects, collect them for safekeeping. And if you should encounter one of those terrible beasts, slay it where it stands. Once we've made a thorough search of the area, let us rendezvous back here. Godspeed. Don't know which quest this is for, but they're marked. And therefore they must die. Unless I'm supposed to catch one. We're supposed to kill it and get its body. See, so the Radiant Host looks over us yet, for that I'm grateful. Well, I suppose if I follow the path you took to get here, I should be safe on my way back. You didn't leave anything alive, did you? Leave me alone. See a strange statuette lying on the ground depicting a woman wearing a beastly mask. It's been some time since I have set foot in these hallowed grounds. In times bygone, there were even more such places in this region, but many were moved to Vanaspati. One of the divinities worshipped here were these words passed down, that we might send off our departed with its wisdom. Just as life leads to death, so too does death lead to life. Do not shed tears for the departed, for they have but set foot upon a new journey. Be not forlorn that your paths have diverged, but look forward with joy to the day that they might cross again. For as long as I can remember, I followed in my sister's footsteps. In her absence, I have felt lost. Whenever I think to forge a path of my own making, my legs become heavy and my heart becomes anxious. Sometimes standing still offers a new perspective. Thank you, Rin. Yazan has a generous soul, and to have your wisdom to buoy me is more than I deserve. Would that I could open my heart to Passerine in such a way. This part of the temple appears to be well kept. Let us check the other side, shall we? You survey the area, but detect nothing out of the ordinary. Whoop. We've almost got that last ether current. I swear all these side quests just consume so much time. I don't even want to think how many, like, main scenario quests I could have done in the same amount of time. Heard all about your noble deed. Allow me to thank you for protecting those we cannot. I'll add my thanks to hers. If not for you, it'd be nothing but food for the beasts. You've more than earned a reward for your time. Speak with me again at Plakistan, and I'll ensure that you get it. Creature appears to want you to follow it deeper into the jungle. I knew I shouldn't have. I should have just gone and turned in the thing. Thank you. I feel much better now. A terrible beast fell upon me, and I fled, quickly losing my bearings in the thick woods. This kindly creature guided me to safety, but my wounds pained me. How long ago was that? Bells ago? Days ago? I cannot say. Of course, little friend. Thank you for delivering this kind soul to me. I owe you my life. Shouldn't stay here, for nowhere outside the village gates is safe. I believe I can return safely on my own. The sad music's starting to get to me a little bit, too. With the rate I'm going, I'm going to run out of experience for my tank, too. Yeesh. Work ahead of us is vast, and any lives we can save are precious indeed. All I came across on my patrol was discarded belongings and scattered luggage. I recognize this figure. Doubtless you are curious as to what it depicts. There's a legend that tells of a Manusia goddess who sought the strength of the Murga, wresting her own head from her body and replacing it with the bestial pate of the Murga. In pursuit of wisdom, did a Murga do the same, replacing his own head with that of a Manusia. Thus were born divine beings gifted with both strength and wisdom. Alright, and now... that feels better. Alright. Here to help? Of course, I'm glad for any assistance afforded to me. I have just the task for one such as you. Trouble times such as these, it is ever the medicine which first runs dry. I've sent an assistant to procure a resupply from the Great Work. Fears something is preventing her from completing the delivery, although she was scarce on the details. Travel to the wakeful Tirana, where my assistant awaits, and see if you can't solve this little conundrum. Gosh darn it. Every time I have goldfish, I go to take a bite of some, and I lose them. To the floor. This isn't as bad, because now we can just fly back out. Trust the river wasn't too cold for you. What'd you find? I hope my fishing skills haven't gone rusty. Here you are. That's what I like to see. You're plump and juicy, just what we need. This will keep the refugees fed for another day, I reckon. That's how we have to get through this, one day at a time. Alright, let's return to my daughter. I'm sure she's had her fill of worry on my account. You came, good. I thought there was a slim possibility you'd lose heart and slink off. Set 3 traps around the perimeter, pieces of fresh meat mixed with medicine that'll dull the senses of any beast greedy enough to eat them. If they work like I think they should, all you should have to do is scoop the bujamga. Animals aren't known for sharing, so there's a chance one might try to take our prize. I think I can leave the rest in your hands. I'm off to hunt a different prey. And of course, the one that's over off by its lonesome. Got a healthy look about you. I take it that means you avoided any run-ins with the venom, eh? You managed to kill one? It takes 3 of us days of planning to achieve such a feat. You did it with nary a bead of sweat. Take this to the healer straight away. Find me again in the village. Alright. One more down. Have 3 more of these suckers to go. Almost, chat. We're almost there. We've almost got it. And then we can continue. This area is in ghastly shape. Scratches here, cracks there. Will you help me investigate? We will cover more ground by searching separately. I shall search around this area. I trust you to do your due diligence. Yes. Get out of here. Me. Such a weird thing to be advertising, too. I see. This may have been the site of a battle or some other horrible conflict. I must do what I can to see it repaired. Though this temple may be remote, the devout do come here on occasion to offer their prayers. Thank you for helping me today. This has helped me forget the crises that plague us and reminded me of simpler times. When we look after the roads and protect the pilgrims on their journeys, I ever looked forward to setting out on patrol with my sister by my side, but I must find a way to manage without her to set foot upon my own path. My first step must be to apologize to Passerine, even if she may refuse it. No more distractions. That being said, if you were by my side, it may be all the easier for me to find the right words. Okay, is that everything? Yes, yes it is. You've returned with the spices, I see. You hold your future in your hands. Now give them to me, and I shall brew a tea you are not soon to forget. There's a great wealth in store for you, but only if you make the right choices. Lay down your weapons and pick up a map and tools. The trade will be well worth it. How does it feel? A glimpse of foresight is often an enlightening experience, and I hope that my humble skills can dispel doubt in the days ahead. Promise, we're almost out of the sad music chat. We're almost there. I mean, the rest of the expansion's sad, but, you know, we won't have the same tune anymore. One I've treasured ever since, but my family has forbidden me from venturing into the woods. Surely if I explained Sushina's bravery and selflessness, they'd understand. I've nothing to lose by trying. Thank you. Not only did you save Sushina, but you've reminded me what true friendship is worth. Waiting for you, my father returned and told me about all you did for him in our village. Blaka's stand has long been a place where the stewards of the shrines and tombs resided. That's to say, we've been focused mainly on meeting the needs of the departed, not the living. As such, I understand my father's desire to see our food stores bolstered, but if he gets himself killed, we'll all be worse off for it. What the hell, game? Haha, you've done almost all of them. Now there's a couple more. Why? I'll do them, but I'm not happy about it. Because flying quests. It's still, like... Okay, I have just spent an hour doing side quests. And, you know, the end of the world is happening. Again, like, my OCD makes it so that, like, I have to get rid of those icons because otherwise I will never come back. And then they'll just be there and it'll bug the snot out of me. But I really hope in Dawntrail that they have improved, like, the pacing of some of the side quests, or bare minimum made the side quests worth doing. Like, there's extra lore and stuff that you get by doing them, and that's really cool and all, but... And I'm sure everybody in chat is now asking, well, why are you doing them if they're not worth anything? Well, like I said, because I can't move on unless I do them. It's just how I am. Serene, I'm sorry. I should not have said all those horrible things before. I was not in my right mind. It was my fault my sister was killed. I stood frozen in fear when Dazal attacked, yet when it was all over I placed the blame on you. I was a fool. No, Sully, you were right. It was I who couldn't ease his troubles. It was my fault he succumbed to the despair that gnawed at his heart. We've all lost something during this tragedy, through no one's fault but fate. There's reason in your answer, of course, but forgiveness of the self is no simple matter. I am overjoyed to speak with you again, Sula. However, I'm afraid I need more time to come to terms with everything that has occurred. Would that I knew how much Passerine was suffering. I could have been there to comfort her. Perhaps there's something I can do now, something to set her upon the right path. It is plain that Passerine is not yet ready to forgive herself, but I'm at a loss as to what we should do. Do we leave her be, or is there some way we can help? I, for one, will not stand idly by while she suffers alone. Perhaps if she had something to remind her of her beloved, she would more easily accept his loss. Passerine never did have the chance to say her farewells. Rin, I'm afraid I must ask for your aid once more. I guess. Appears I shall be in your debt again, but it is well worth it. During the chaos, most of us fled northwest to the bridge. Let us retrace those steps, and we may find something that belonged to us all. Pick up anything that catches your eye. We can share what we have found once we reach the bridge. Oop. So that we can effect the same change. Dazal did enjoy his jewelry and baubles, so it isn't inconceivable that he may have dropped something as he fled. If you should spy anything glittering in the brush, it couldn't hurt to pick it up. It's good to see you return, friend. The healers were impressed with our work, but I made sure they knew it was you who single-handedly slew that Pajamga. The healers use their venom to make a salve that numbs the skin, useful for when they need to cut the rot out or administer some other ghastly treatment. Any road, good work today. Radiant host short-handed. The courageous among us have volunteered to climb those treacherous cliffs and keep lookout for any approaching beasts. I would make their long days easier with a home-cooked meal, but I cannot reach the summit on my own. Every mount that might carry me there is otherwise indisposed. Be so kind, please deliver these meals to the lookouts at the summit. How are you at solving riddles? I've been staring at this parchment for bells, and all I've achieved is a terrible headache. Let's have a look. These words were written by a kindly old Arcosodara who helped me flee from the beasts. Unfortunately, he was struck in our escape, and the healers were unable to save him. For the compassion he showed me, I would like nothing more than to unravel the meaning of his message. Alas, I fear it's quite beyond me. As the waning sun casts light upon the stone trunk, as at its end you shall find a treasure most profound. Wrest the key from crossed hands and open the way to riches. I know most of these words, but in this order they seem to lose all meaning. I'm having particular trouble with the phrase stone trunk. What could it be referring to? When you put it that way, the link becomes quite clear, and the sun would look quite striking near the Font of Maya, where indeed such a statue towers over its surroundings. That must be it. It's worth a look at any rate. I think I'll go there now, in fact. Are you coming along? Surely you'd like to know if we've cracked this riddle. Good, good. It's always better to have a companion at your side. Well then, let's make haste to the Font of Maya. First one there gets a pick of the treasure. Glimmer of this object caught you at a distance. On closer inspection, it is just a rock. Another just a rock. How goes the search? I found this necklace among the underbrush, one of Dazal's favorites, but it seems to be missing the jewel that made it shine so brilliantly. Ah, what's that in your hand? Why, this is it, the very jewel I spoke of. We make an excellent team, eh? However, we cannot give this to Passerine as it is. We must repair it first. Doubtless Yazan would be able to lend his expertise in that respect. Let us return to the village and speak with him. The sounds of my stomach would drown out the alarm. Say you didn't bring anything to eat, did you? There you go. Have some curry. I knew I recognized that heavenly scent. Spices to fortify the spirits and tea to sharpen the senses. This will tide me over until my replacement arrives. That smells set my stomach rumbling something fierce. Pray tell me you've brought enough to share. It's all for me? Why, thank you. I was beginning to dread the rest of my watch. There's nothing like a spiced curry to keep hunger away. Never seen a container quite like this before. Not a drop of curry was spilled in your flight, and it's still piping hot. Thank you, friend. Riri's delivery service, not Kiki's. Just so you know, I was joking about that first pick of the treasure. We should be equal partners, yes? Now, looking at the parchment, there are 2 locations. The treasure this trunk is supposed to lead us toward, and the hand which holds the key. For expedience sake, I say we split up. This key is located where I think it is. It may be difficult to find without some method of traversing the air. You do appear to be quite strapping, however. Either way, you can choose which one you'd like to investigate. Excellent choice. Well then, I'll leave the parchment with you. I've read it so many times I've quite memorized it. Become lost in the maze of your own thoughts, simply consult it and it should set you on the right path. Let's commence. Mysterious key. Truly have the spirit of a treasure hunter. I know we're both burning with curiosity, but let's wait to open this box until we return to Palaka's stand. Sula's told me all about your findings, quite excitably in fact. She's gone to find materials so she can polish the necklace to a mirror sheen. As for the jewel, I believe I can take it off your hands for the time being. This repair should prove simple enough. Adhesive is one of the most elementary recipes. Once the necklace is in presentable shape, I'll bring Sula to visit Passerine. Could you go ahead and tell her to wait for us? If we take longer than expected, I trust you can keep her enraptured with one of your grand tales. I can see you've delivered the meals. If you'd eaten them, I would be able to smell your guilt. I am grateful, as I'm sure the lookouts are as well. Long ago, we would post soldiers upon those cliffs that we might see invaders approaching by sea. To think something much worse would eventually cross the ocean. Regardless, we are blessed that nature has provided us a way to watch for danger. I hope to keep our lookouts fed for as long as I can. Finally, you've arrived. Now the key goes into the lock. Curious. This jewel appears quite ancient, judging from the symbols etched into it. It once belonged to an Arcosora practitioner of magic. Not surprising, I suppose. The place we found it was once used by their mages for various rituals and such. They moved deeper into the jungle during recent years, but my savior likely knew of the temple's history. This may have been his way of thanking me for rescuing him, although my efforts were for naught. I feel ill-deserving of such a prize. I shall use this to help the refugees to rebuild their shattered homes. As for you, well, I did promise you a share, yes. Not exactly half, but I hope it pleases. You have something for me? I don't recall asking anything of you. Passerine, I would like you to have this, please. This is Dazal's necklace. Oh, he was so proud the day he bought this. How in the world did you find it? I had naught but memories to remind me of him, but the sight of this makes me feel that he isn't so far away after all. There's nothing I can do to change the past, but I can work to help give us both a brighter future. This was the least I could do, and I could not have done it without the help of these two. Thank you for this gift, truly, and for your wise words. I see now that you're right. We mustn't let the tragedies of yesterday keep us rooted in place. All it takes is a single step forward. Well said, well said. Might I add that wounds heal more quickly when a salve is applied to them. When we ignore the pain they cause, they rot. We must take action to see them healed, and rest when we are tired. Only when our energy returns can we move forward, carefully, one step at a time. One step at a time. Izan, if it isn't too much trouble, could I help to care for the child? The scars of recent tragedy are yet too fresh for me to take care of her entirely by myself, but even so, that doesn't mean I cannot assist in some small way. I have my own child to look over, of course, but still, if you were to take the child under your wing, I would be happy to assist you whenever you needed me. For the time being, I could be her wet nurse. Any medicine she requires would be your responsibility, I suppose. Together we can see that she emerges from her affliction as hale as any newborn babe. That's a splendid idea, I must admit. I could hardly think of a better arrangement myself. I shall hunt and bring food for the child that she might grow to be strong like her father and mother. That is what Choppa would do, and one step at a time I shall make her proud. The emptiness I feel at Dazal's loss will take some time to fill, but I believe in time I will heal. He would want me to heal. Allow me to thank you once again for all you've done. We owe you more than we can repay. Now, I would like to see the child for myself. I'm not one for the subtleties of conversation, but I'd say that went as well as could be expected, wouldn't you? Now, come back to my workshop. There's something I'd like to give you. Truth be told, I had already resolved to raise the child myself, but the prospect of having a helping hand is comforting indeed. Suppose the true work starts from here, eh? I'm glad to finally have good news to share with Karasov and Mavan. I've been so occupied with treating the sick and injured that I've had little time to think of the departed. My friends really are gone, but I can still honor their memory. If anything has become clear from recent events, it is that the people of this settlement must speak with one another about their troubles. Solitary thoughts so quickly turn dark. I'm more than capable of treating the wounds we can see, but it takes a community to heal those that are hidden. I admit the latter prospect may take some time for me to become accustomed to. Don't be so hard on yourself. Your presence put others at ease. I didn't mean to get myself entangled into such serious matters when I set out to speak with Pasrine. So much for that relaxing life I was looking forward to. Regardless, I apologize for dragging you along all this time, even though I doubt we would have arrived at such an amicable conclusion. Why all of a sudden did my brain break without you? So I retract my apology. Although her parents are no longer with us, I must do my utmost to raise their child in a way that would meet with their approval. I owe my friends that much. Rin, just the woman I was hoping to see. Now that I've had the opportunity to speak with more of the people here, I realize their plight is even more dire than I had imagined. The recent crisis has caused the flow of supplies to grind to a halt, and the people can scarcely meet their daily needs. This would be the case even without the influx of refugees. One way we might alleviate this is to requisition a shipment from Yedlamad, but the process takes precious time. I fear that many would starve before we see a single sack of grain. All of this is exacerbated by the lack of able-bodied fighters. The wounded are many, and there are few who have the strength and skill to guard us from the beasts lurking in the forest. The Radiant Host would give their lives to protect us, and have, but every day most of them are injured. Bravery alone is only worth so much in the face of overwhelming numbers. And while I am much appreciative of your help so far, I'm not so naive as to think that you will remain here indefinitely. Had we another of your skill to aid us, we might at least stand a chance to weather the worst of this storm. However, my time at the Great Work was spent largely in solitude, and the people of this village know of little beyond its walls. But you've been to the furthest reaches and back, yes? Do you know of anyone else who might lend their stout arm to these humble folk? I know just such an adventurer, as fierce as I, if not more so. Ah, I knew I could count on your wide web of storied personages. Ogle and Kanchana, you say? I believe we may be able to kill two birds with one stone with that pair. Unfortunately, my hands are full meeting the medicinal needs of the village. Seeing as you're already acquainted with these fellows, could you appeal to them on our behalf? Apologies for once again putting so much on your shoulders, but it is for the good of one and all. Can I count on your assistance? Thank you, friend. Well then, off to Yedlamad to meet this Kanchana, eh? Safe travels, and I will pray that you return with good news. Well, if it isn't Rin, I'd wondered when you might walk through my door again. You will be pleased to hear young Rakashir has taken to adventuring like a thief to a coin purse. He is more than capable enough to assist me on my less arduous tasks. Indeed, his future is bright. However, as much as it heartens me to see you, I sense your visit isn't entirely motivated by a curiosity in our affairs, yes? I see. I did not know that Palaka's stand was beset by such troubles, but I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, all things considered. Naturally, I shall do all in my power to help. A few words to the right people, and the merchants will have a shipment of supplies ready in a matter of bells. Inform this Yazan that aid is on the way, and for much less coin than the merchants would usually charge. This chaos has gripped all of Radzatan, and it is only together that we shall find the strength to release ourselves from it. And if you require an adventurer, then look no further. The supplies require brave souls to defend them, correct? Then I offer mine. I will await you at the gates. Wait for me, I'm coming too! No, they're just down here. I thought I was going all the way back to the place. Kanchana made good on her word, not that I doubted she would. The merchants were likely all too eager to make such a sizable trade. They even provided us with bags and coats for the journey that I see Rakashir is not wearing. And it appears Rakashir will be joining us. Fancy that. Try as I might to convince him otherwise, his mind is made up. Hopefully this will prove to be another learning experience for him. My grandmother always did say the road forward is paved with good deeds. The three of us shall see that no beast lays fang or claw upon these provisions. There are more supplies to come, but they will be delivered by the Radiant Host. We shall be the vanguard, the harbingers of salvation for Palaka's stand. And with that, let us be off. Why did you two come all the way up here? That was a splendid display indeed. Your bravery never ceases to amaze. I've never seen such a fierce warrior. I dare say she's every bit your equal. Children are so easily impressed. While Rin is indeed a formidable adventurer, your teacher has many great deeds to her name, and more yet to come. Now, the village is not far. Let us march, and I challenge any monster to approach. Okay, the village is not far. You went from here, which is probably technically closer. Hold on, you forgot the supply. Did you see that, Rakachir? Mark well how quickly that beast succumbed to the flurry of blades, in no small part thanks to this brave Arcosaurora. Ah, so this is the adventurer that Yazan spoke of. Not since my last hunt with Sister have I fought so effortlessly with another. And never have I felt so invigorated to have such a mighty Arcosaurora fighting by my side. How do you keep it up? Just watching you has me out of breath. Endurance is the product of long hours of practice, lad. Well then, it seems my hunt is finished. Let us return to Palakistan before we draw the attention of something deadlier. Yazan will be eager to speak with you upon your return. Do not keep him waiting for long. There you are. Sula told me you've brought both the supplies and the protection you promised. She's at present preparing the game she hunted. She's promised to spar with me afterward. I am fast feeling that I have made the right choice in coming here. I'm grateful for it, lass. It will do Sula good to have your energizing presence by your side. I understand that there are yet more supplies to come. I must find a way to thank the merchants and the one who spurred them to action. Kanchana, was it? She will spare no effort to see Radzatan rebuilt. It seems we found a reliable ally, thanks to you. Oh, teacher, don't forget, we should ask about the journal we found. Yes, of course, I was just about to mention it. The beast Sula and I felled was holding fast to this. Perhaps you know who its owner is? This by the Manusia. Yes, I do in fact know who penned this journal. They were dear friends of mine. Unfortunately, they didn't survive the tragedy that befell us. I see. I am sorry for your loss. Thank you. Luckily, their memory lives on in their child, and now this journal. When she comes of age, I'll show this to her that she might come to know who her parents were. Life is but a string of meetings and farewells. It is our memories that sustain us, that give us life. In this way, those whose journey has ended watch over those with the strength to step forward into a new day. Of all the wisdom grandmother passed down, I hold this to be the most precious. Memories are the greatest treasure that we can leave behind. Your grandmother had a way with words. She could have taught even the divinities a thing or two. I dare say you may be right, young Rakashir. I am not half so wise as she was, but her sage advice has been a beacon which has always guided me true. Truth be told, I first accompanied you here to repay the debt I owed, as grandmother would have wanted. I see now, however, that fate intended for me to be here. In Sula I have met a comrade in arms, and in Rakashir I have found a capable and eager student. For both of their sakes, I must strive ever to be better than the day I was before. Perhaps I should take up the art of dance? The fierce display of the Sekisei-gumi compelled me to set down my spear and take up the katana, but the grace and deadliness with which the dancers throw their weapons has a charm all its own. Some measures of peace has returned to the Matanga, and I believe my skills will put to better use here. An adventurer must court challenge, after all. My teacher has a daring spirit, if slightly reckless, but worry not, I'll make sure she doesn't come to harm. Have you listened to a single word I have said, Rakashir? You have no notion of the dangers I must brave daily. For now you should be content to behold the great deeds and learn from them. I wager your adventures will soon take you far from here, Rin. Rest assured I shall safeguard the people of Palaka stand in your stead. I look forward to hearing tales of your exploits. Well then, the first order of the day is to attune to the Aetheryte and gather information. Jot this lesson down, young Rakashir, for these are the fundamentals of adventuring. Come now. Our lack of supplies was weighing heavily on my mind. I feared for both Passerine and the child, but for the first time in a long while, I can breathe easily. Ogle's presence has proven to be a salve on Sulu's mood as well. She laughs as she hasn't since her sister's passing. We both have you to thank for our reversals of fortune. Even the departed have benefited from Ogle's arrival. The delivery of the journal was an unexpected boon, and it will doubtless prove to be vital in raising the child. When she becomes old enough to understand its contents, she will come to know the deep love her parents bore for her, a love so steadfast that it will shield her from the world's cruelty. Of course, I intend to tell her all about your part in her salvation as well. But for now, there's work to be done, for both of us, I'm sure. Wheresoever your travels may take you, don't forget the friends you have in this corner of Thavner. And lastly, be safe. If you die before I can repay the debt I owe you, I'll hunt you through the 7 hills until the ledger is balanced. So let's see it doesn't come to that, eh? And now we can continue. Alphino told me everything. Full glad am I to hear the people are safe. Likewise, you will be pleased to know I found no evidence of lingering beasts in the jungle and ruins. 'Twould seem you finished off the last of them. Trying times did lie ahead for the people of Thavner. Fortunately, they have a wise and benevolent satrap to shepherd them through. Speaking of which, I received word from Thancred not a short while ago. He awaits our return to the city on Alzadal's path. Come. It is good to see you safe. It is good to see you safe. Given the skies, 'tis all too easy to fear the worst. I'm pleased to report that we've succeeded in quelling the threat here in the city. The beasts have all been felled, and the citizens are safe for now. I've also heard from the Radiant that an important proclamation will be made in the city square, though they said no more than that. Might you have any idea what this is about? So Vritra is finally coming up from behind the curtain. I suppose we too should hear what he has to say. To make a duty then, but before that, it would appear that word of the assembly has not yet reached all the citizens. If anyone along the way seems unaware, we'd best enlighten them. Bum bum ba-dum. Are the beasts all gone? I've been hiding and I'm too scared to go out and look. They're all dead. All of them. Oh, that's relief. I thought one of those beasts was going to eat me. I wonder where Varshana is. He's the slowest runner. I hope he got away. He could be with the other people from the palace. Maybe I'll see him in the square. Bum 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 bum. Spooked youth. Leave me be, please. I swear to you, my flesh tastes absolutely terrible. Oh gods, what are you doing scaring me like that? If we're not quiet, those beasts will find us. Square, you say? But that's where the satrap was killed. With my very eyes, I saw him crushing that creature's maw. So many lives lost. Such terrible carnage. You say there's someone else who would lead Radzatan instead? Whoever they are, if they say anything to sully the memory of our beloved satrap, I'll make them regret it. Cutscene time.
Look! Someone's coming!
People of Razathan, it warms my heart to see so many brave, resilient souls before me. Today, I would share with you a great revelation. But before I do, I must make a humble request. Do not be alarmed, nor avert your eyes. See the one I unveil for who he is, and know that he means you no harm.
Very well. I dare say it can't be worse than the horrors we've already seen.
Many thanks.
A dragon!
Wow!
People of Radzatan, I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. 'Tis as the Satrap's ally I am known. Today, I would reveal the truth unto you.
Let us hope they accept him.
If I am hearing this right, you were the satrap all along?
Vashan! I mean, Master Vitra, does your divine eye really see all?
Nay, child. While mine eye hath borne witness to the whole of our nation's history, to its future I am blind as thee. Countrymen, calamity the likes of which we have never known is come to Thavner, our home. Friends and loved ones have been taken from us. I, too, have lost my closest confidant. Ahewan loved this land and served it with dignity till his dying breath. A nobler satrap there will never be. For so long, I lacked the courage to face you. I will not easily earn your trust, this I know. And yet, I cannot sit idly by and abandon Radzatan to her fate. A font of boundless vibrancy, this jewel of the ocean. Since time immemorial, hath she glittered with every color imaginable. To this dragon, slumbering in his dark lair, 'twas a mesmerizing sight, and one that brought no end of joy to my heart. This calamity has stolen too much from you already, yet so long as you live, the light of Radzat will never be extinguished. I pray you let me watch over it, over you, and lend me your strength that we might face this trial and those to come as one.
I do not know you, dragon, but I thank you for speaking the truth to us. As divinities, both Manusha and Riga once joined together, so too do I believe that hand in hand, we can overcome this ordeal and welcome an era of peace.
A sight that would have surely brought a smile to Azael's face.
Indeed.
What's the forum doing here?
Excuse me, but I must speak with the Satrap at once.
Father!
You have suffered dearly of late, yet you must endeavor to look beyond these losses to the future you yet have. On behalf of the Forum of Sharlayan, I come with a proposal by which you, the people of Radzat, might be saved. I say again, I must speak with your Satrap. I beseech you, take me to him with all possible haste.
I am Satrap here. Speak thy proposal. All present shall hear and judge.
If I have given offense, then I apologize. First, allow me to share with you what knowledge we have of the phenomenon responsible for your woes. The final days. 'Tis an affliction of stagnancy and rot, sown into the currents of the star. Though the first prominent manifestation was here, in Thavner, it will invariably spread to every corner of the world. The Forum was forewarned of this apocalypse several centuries ago. Thenceforth, my predecessors sought to prepare for the end times in the only conceivable fashion, by securing a means of escape.
Escape this star? What madness is this?
I also find it interesting that in all that time you couldn't have researched a way to, a way to stop it from happening altogether? Like, especially considering Lynn knows what's going on. She's always known what's going on.
'Tis by no means madness. With the coming of the 7th umbral calamity, the true nature of the Red Moon, Dalamud, was revealed. That it was an artificial construct of ancient Alag. But what of the Silver Moon? This celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel, fashioned and maintained by ancient allies. A ship that will sail the heavens and deliver our people from destruction. And by our people, I speak not only of Sharlayan. We mean to save every man, woman, and child it is within our power to save. Including you, our dear friends of Radzat. Recent events necessitate adjustments be made, and quickly, but we can and will escort you safely to the moon.
Long has thy forum been allies to Thavnir. I trust thou dost not extend this offer lightly. Yet I wonder, is this truly the way? Is there a future to be built for us beyond this star our father deemed the last bastion of hope?
It is for that very reason I come before you and your people. To answer any and all of your questions. To offer my assurances and allay your fears. Though, if you wish the best for your people, I advise you to render your decision swiftly.
Show our friends to Megaduta. They are to be received as honored guests. Worry not. Whatever decision is reached, your paths shall be yours to decide. Until then, heed the warning of these brave heroes. Guard your hearts against fear and despair, for it is within such fertile soil that the seeds of blasphemy find purchase. Remain calm and attend to your daily tasks. I shall return anon.
We'll do as you say, Master Vitra. We believe in you.
Oh, you're still here. What a relief.
Nidana, what's the matter? Has something happened at Palaka's stand?
Oh, no, not that I know of. I just hope to hear your thoughts on a theory of mine. All who undergo the transformation are drained of their ether, yes? What is it then that gives these beasts the strength to carry on as they do? Logically, they must be drawing upon an alternate form of vital energy. That put me in mind of our earlier conversation, when I tried to explain the essence which many confuse with ether.
Akasha. Yes, I remember. The unseen gift bestowed from on high. An energy influenced solely by emotion.
Yes, yes. In this instance, negative ones set Akasha into motion, thereby infusing the beasts with vitality. I posit this as the mechanism by which the beasts are born and sustained. Ah, do you still have that flower? If we accept that it once shone bright by drawing upon Akasha, influenced by the thoughts of those nearby, then fear, terror, despair, negative emotions so powerful as to suffocate it, permeated the air in this place. You must be very careful. The forces which drive the final days may be beyond our ability to perceive. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that. At any rate, I will continue my research into Akasha.
The scary thing where it's like, you know, what causes the transformation? A stray thought where like you, like, is that enough? Or, you know, does it have to be consistent? Or
Do temper your expectations, however. There are sadly few detailed studies upon which I may draw.
Formulating a new theory as you have is itself no small feat. I wish you well in your endeavors, and pray you take care.
Thank you. You stay safe as well, yes? Till next we meet. And we will meet again.
far as we've come, and after all the horrors we have seen, there is still so much we do not know about the final days. Could it be, as Nadana said, that the cause of this phenomenon is beyond our comprehension? And if so, are we powerless to forestall it? Greetings, honored scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have a message from His Excellency the Satrap. Brave Science, you have my gratitude for aiding my people in this most trying of times. Alas, matters here at Megaduta prevent me from meeting you all in person. As a token of my appreciation, I have arranged for a feast to be held in your honor. May it nourish you in preparation for the trials ahead. Such are the words of Master Vritra. The feast he speaks of awaits you at Merid's Mehin. Pray make your way there whenever your business here is done. We thank you for your kindness, indeed. No, your kindness. Indeed, I was hoping we might find a place to discuss our next course of action, and that seems an ideal venue. Ah, and to you, Rinmaha, there is someone we had hoped to introduce to you in particular. While I am loath to detain you further, might you spare a moment of your time? A personal invitation, knowing full well your services are in the highest demand right now? This must be important. Worry not, we'll save some food for you, so take all the time you need. Thank you, friend. Whenever you are ready, please join me in the Aetheryte Plaza. I shall go on ahead. Access to the Aetherite you see there has been restricted to a select few ever since the tower first appeared. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but it was deemed too dangerous to permit the free movement of visitors at the time of emergency, a risk we could not take. In light of recent developments, however, the Satrap has decided that such restrictions would only hinder our efforts to combat the final days. As such, I would encourage you to attune with the Aetherite before proceeding along the corridor. Ah, you must be wondering what this place is. You stand in the Hall of the Radiant Host, from where our leadership oversees all of Radzatan's military operations. Sundrop, our destination, lies just ahead. We're about to unlock all the role quests, I believe. Welcome to Sundrop. Without further ado, allow me to introduce you to... Oh, so you're the famous Rinmaha, eh? I knew it the moment you stepped through the door. You have the look of one who's walked through hell. Shirabat, please, you are speaking to the Satrap's honored guest and a savior of our people. Can you not show a modicum of respect? What disrespect is there in paying a fellow warrior a compliment? We're all friends here, or will be soon enough. More formally then, for the benefit of my countrymen, it is a pleasure to have you with us, O great champion of Eorzea, scion of the Seventh Dawn, warrior of light, and all-round good egg, I'm sure. What is this place? I hear you've been to Gugane, where you'll have seen all sorts of foreign embassies and whatnot. Well, we've got them here in Redzatan too. Other lands... Oh, well, we've got them here in Redzatan too. Other lands send delegates to oversee trade and diplomatic dealings. Then there are military matters to discuss, which is why all these officers are stationed here in Sundra. I imagine you're more than familiar with each of the nations they represent, yes? We've got representatives from Doma, Ulda and Alamigo, Lim Selominsa, Gridania, and last but never let it be said least, Ishgard. They're the eyes, ears, and mouths that bridge the distance between Radzatan and their respective homelands. We've used this brief respite to share the details of our plight with our overseas counterparts, and wouldn't you know it, all of their leaders requested a few words from you specifically. You're a woman in high demand, eh? And so would you mind regaling us with your own account, indulge us before you indulge yourself? Thank you for the report. The conditions under which men are turned to beasts, the etheric anomalies you have observed, you've given us much to consider. It is concerning that the first transformation apparently occurred before the skies turned red. It is contrary to what one would expect. Thankfully, the information you conveyed to Lucy upon your return from the moon has already proved invaluable. As soon as reports of the calamity here in Thavnair reached the Grand Company of Eorzea and our Far Eastern allies, our leaders knew at once that the final days were indeed upon us. They began taking steps to assess the extent of the phenomenon's spread. Our agents were able to confirm that, for the time being, the skies burned only over the bounty, including this island and Korvos. Alas, that is of little comfort. Aye, all throughout Allied lands there have been reports of people transforming into hideous beasts. From what little we've learned, these incidents are similar in nature to that involving the merchant Kalzal. As was the case here, the victims underwent the change prior to the heavens being set ablaze. And so, while the burning skies have yet to manifest beyond the bounty, the transformations do not appear to be subject to any similar restriction. If anyone anywhere overcome by despair can turn, then nowhere is safe. But that's about the size of it. Speaking of which, we ought to give these creatures a name, don't you think? Here in Radzatan, we've taken to calling the first to change, which tend to be the biggest, blasphemies. As fitting a name as any, to ensure clarity in future communications, we shall urge our comrades to adopt this terminology. Our leaders have taken measures to deal with the threat to the best of our abilities. Aye, each nation has assembled their own group of elite soldiers to put down these so-called blasphemies in their spawners, as and when they appear. At the same time, they are doing all in their power to put the people's minds at ease and prevent panic and fear from spreading. That said, brave souls with the strength and fortitude to fell these terrible fiends are not easily found. Just so, and it is for that very reason that we turn to you. Pray lend us your strength and help us to slay the blasphemies that plague our homelands. No, you don't have to give your reply before dinner. I should also mention that each blasphemy seems to possess wildly different characteristics. What works well against one may serve you poorly against another. So before you go rushing off to save everyone's day, I have a word with the delegates. They'll tell you what to expect. And with that, I do believe our friend here has a feast to attend. Spare a thought for us while you're tucking into all that fine cuisine, eh? Tank, melee DPS, physical range DPS, magical range DPS, and healer. Pray forgive Shir about her rudeness. She can be a bit boisterous at times, but it is simply her nature. Anyway, my apologies for keeping you from your hard-earned rest. You will be rejoining your companions, yes? Do you know the way to the Mayhain? I know Radz-at-Han like the back of my hand. Glad to hear you're becoming familiar with our fair city. You'll be pleased to hear that all drinks are on the house, so order whatever suits your fancy. And with that, I must return to my post. On behalf of all the Radiant host, I thank you and your friends once more for lending your strength and courage to Radz-at-Han in our time of need. We shall endeavor to fight the good fight to the end, that we might honor Ahawan's legacy and serve Master Vritra well. You have my word that your efforts will not be in vain. Dun, 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 bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-da-da-da. Side quests. There's a bunch of them. Oh, I guess I could have taken the Ethernet back there. Welcome in, Mr. Carp. How it go today? It go. Sometime it be that way, but it do. It's going. Lamenting the fact that, as you can see in my map, is filled once more with side quests. We got stuck doing about an hour of those earlier. Welcome. When the Satrap asked us to entertain a party of honored guests, I was wondering who it might be. This is a lovely surprise, to say the least. By the way, I heard all about Kazal from your friend Grahatia. I understand that there was nothing that could be done, but I was heartened to hear he meant us no harm. I cannot thank you enough for dispatching the beasts. As the smallest token of our thanks, your food and drink tonight are Merit's treat. Speaking of which, what shall I start you off with? Glass of your finest local spirits, please. As you wish. Pray join your friends, and I will bring you your drink. I was about to say it. I will bring you to your drink. Welcome back. Whatever did the Radiant want with you, pray tell? Our allies have sent military delegates. That's news to me. Mind sharing the details?
So blasphemies now plague all the realm.
It will only get worse if what Father said is true, as it did in Amarot.
Oh yeah, you were doing Chrono Cross today, yeah? How did that go?
If that's our model, then shouldn't we expect the effects to grow more severe as it feeds off its own spread? As if people transforming into those monstrosities wasn't bad enough. If the flora and fauna, if the land itself turned against us.
No one would survive.
More cross, going very well. Love it. Good. 14 is good. I was complaining earlier of just the fact that the way... I'm really hoping in Dawntrail that they fix how, like, side quests are paced, or at the very least, they make it more worth your time to do them. Like, the only reason I do any of the side quests here is because I've just got, like, massive OCD, and I can't have the icons on the map.
Here's your order, friend.
That is a very large cup. And a very large lime, I'm guessing? Looks good.
Find comfort in these dark times.
Nah.
Where do we go from here? If there's one thing we've learned, fighting blindly and simply reacting to what comes will accomplish nothing.
No worries. Happy to have you here.
We must find a solution that addresses the fundamental cause. Before our strength is exhausted, before this crisis spirals out of control. Is there something, anything we've overlooked?
If there is an answer, Hydaelyn herself will have it. 'Twas she who bound Zodiac and forestalled the final days. Alas, we have heard naught from her since the Tower of Babel. Whether she cannot or will not speak, I can only speculate. Even the flower she gave us is no more. So advised the Watcher. What could be the significance of that name? It is entirely unfamiliar to me.
To me as well. It meant something to the ancients, though. In our time.
Most surely. Yet I do not recall a single mention of it in the records of Anida.
Another dead end. And quite literally. It's not as if there are any ancients living we could go and ask.
Not alive as such, but not quite dead.
How convenient.
Elidibus. I sealed him in the White Horus site of the Crystal Tower back on the first. Contained within that reservoir of ether that maintains it, ether that is returned little by little to the sea, naught may remain of his soul. However, if part of it lingers, we might be able to speak with him there. I know we can no longer make that journey, but you, my friend, still can.
It would be an opportunity to look in on the others as well.
Thank you, my friend. That would mean much to me.
If nothing else, should we learn the First is safe, we'll have that much more reason to keep fighting the good fight. That said, the odds are not in our favor, to say the least. Which is why we're fortunate to have Urianger up there on the moon, working hard to make all the necessary preparations for our departure, should it come to it.
And why we have nothing to lose by staying the course till the last instant.
Indeed. To the last, let us all do what we can. I will consult with Master Matoya and see if she knows of a way to reach Hydaelyn from the ethereal sea.
And I will visit the nation's leaders and attempt to ascertain how far the final days have progressed elsewhere.
Keep me abreast of your findings. I can seek out and slay the worst of the immediate threats, if only to slow the spread.
Unease, terror, despair. Try as we might to suppress them, these emotions will return to harry us time and time again. But when they do, remember this. Your friends and loved ones are out there somewhere, sharing in your struggle. You are not alone.
So ends the brief respite before the next revelation. Yes, so much left for you to see. Where beginning ends, and end begins.
I almost feel like that bit was, like that was supposed to be the end of the expansion, and then they were going to do a second expansion, which would go even further, like an Endwalker Part 2. Now then, is there anything we've forgotten to mention? Are your arms and armor in good order? In that case, it's time we each attended to our tasks, and when you arrive on the first, give my regards to Reen. Tell her I miss her. You got it there, bud. Take this, Ryn, my spirit vessel. Empty now, of course, but it should allow you to operate the tower systems in the umbilicus. If even the smallest fragment of Elidibus's essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for access to the umbilicus, pray seek out Lena for assistance. Chances are she still stands watch at the Ascensor Gate. Should she or anyone else ask after me, tell them I am living my life to the fullest, that I am happy, hardships and all. Well, we'd best be on our respective ways. God's willing, we will see each other again ere long. Yes, Ryn is going to say hi to Reen. A completely unintended side effect of the thing that I chose to name this character. I was not thinking of that when I made it. Friends, we are about halfway through our 10-hour stream. I am being informed that dinner awaits. Due to the length of these streams, we have been taking slightly extended breaks, essentially for food reasons. I've been sort of eager to get opinions on, like, how do people feel about me taking dinner on stream and just kind of temporarily taking a little break. I would love to be able to, like, interact and talk with chat during that time, if possible. Otherwise, I've just been putting it on my Be Right Back screen, but... give me 1 moment. I'm going to go double check something real quick. I will be right back, and then I'm going to kind of determine what we're doing here. So, 1 sec. We're back! And edified. Full of food. For anyone just joining us, you join us at little past the halfway point of our 10-hour stream today, going through Endwalker main scenario quests, basically the main story, with side quests where applicable. So, sit back, relax, lurk if you want, and we'll go right back into it. Before we had gone on break, we had noticed a great many side quests have appeared on our screen. Praise the 12, another adventurer. I've been wandering around this goddamn city for hours. Take care of all of these random passers-by. Hope everybody's having a good day, good evening so far today. Take my coin purse to Merids Mayhain. Buy all the apples you can. Alright, you want us to go buy apples for you because you're so hungry. I'm going to leave you for last. How dare you be hungry when I'm trying to adventure? The gall, the nerve of such a thing. You're a friend of that red-headed Makote lad, aren't you? I remember how bravely you fought for us. Wait, redhead... Oh, Graha. I'm like, red-headed Makote? Who are you talking about? Oh. My wife and I will soon be blessed with a child. It is custom for the father to swaddle the newborn in festive silk, but having been to market twice, I find myself at a loss for which would be the ideal choice. Find something in plaid. Or, I can't remember if it's the name of a fabric or if that is a pattern. Was it twee? I am loath to impose, but I would be ever so honored if you would make the choice for us. Well, you've come to the wrong Aura. I'm really bad at making decisions too, my friend. Terrible at it. Can I just jump this? Yes, okay. Stuck on geometry. You must be the substitute hamster keeper. Well, you're late. Feeding time was supposed to start bells ago. Excuse me, sir. Do you know who I am? Because if you don't, I'm the person who's going to take care of your chore for you. The feed mix is wrong. Oh, right. You had this thing. Hungry Hamsa. Shoot. Oh, I guess I can just go talk to him and he'll refresh my brain. I just kind of skimmed over it because I was like, I don't need it. Just give me the thing. The smaller Hamsa only get greens and grain, the larger get silkworms. Okay. And then the large bag. We need grain, silkworms, and greens. You needed a cutscene for that? Okay. Whatever, game. Whatever floats your boat. Wait, you don't mean that, Rin? Yes, that Rin. You're the adventurer who fought off the blasphemies with us, yes? Oh, you couldn't have come along at a better time. Act as if nothing is the matter. Young woman believes that her ring was stolen by that uncouth young man who just walked away. She has no physical evidence, and yet I cannot help but believe that she is telling the truth. So I hatched a plan. I would make a show of diffusing the argument and allow the man to walk freely. Then I would have him followed, that we might glean some insight as to whether or not he committed the crime. That said, it would be far too conspicuous if I were to tail the man all by myself. Rin Maha, Private Eye. Coming soon to a TV near you. Very well then. Again, all I ask is that you act as natural and inconspicuous as possible. So much for the vaunted radiant host. Didn't suspect a thing, did she? What with everyone skittering about like frightened little rats? Certainly appeared to be the stolen ring to me, but let us not reveal ourselves quite yet. Here's the plan. I will pretend as if I'm giving you, a mere traveler, a tour of the city. Then we follow him, without getting too close, of course. The last thing we want is to blow our cover. Ah yes, this pillar will obscure us, surely. It's been a while since I've seen a ring of this make, and inlaid with an exotic jadeite no less. Yes, this should sell for good coin. Just as I suspected, he had the ring all along. Well, I dare say it's time we interrupted this little transaction. Might I trouble you to summon my subordinate for good measure? How fares the investigation? We've caught them! Red-handed. Matches this young woman's testimony exactly. It would seem you've caught the culprit. At any rate, I will make for the scene of the crime at once. Do not worry, we will not trouble you for any further aid. Excuse me, all full up from dinner. Which was tasty craft dinner, as they would say up north. But here, it's just craft mac and cheese with hot dogs. According to our tradition, the silk swaddling's color expresses the parents' wishes for how their child might grow. I've narrowed it down to 3, and your insight would be greatly appreciated. Wish for a prosperous life, fulfilling not only in wealth, but feasts and festivities and companionship. Color wish for wisdom. Intellect is prized among our people, and is said to be the color of Sindaruva. Talent in the arts. Master artisan or performer? Cleverness can bring you wealth and other things. Sometimes. Yellow for wisdom. I will have to ensure they receive the best education, that they might one day be a brilliant alchemist. I thank you, friend. I feel much more confident in the decision for having consulted with you. Plan to visit Pax's Path once I finish up here. Would you be so kind as to meet me there later? My wife was most pleased with the swaddling we chose, and I dare say it is even more auspicious that such a valiant hero as you helped us choose. That hero was you, was it not? And then he proceeds to ghost into a wall. Fortunately, all of these side quests that they do inside the city limits like this, they tend to be short. I miss Yashtola's friend too. She saw I was in trouble and fought off monsters with her magic just to protect me. She's the most powerful mage in the whole wide world. Mr. Thancred is the best. He's strong and brave and gentle. I was so scared, but he saved me and carried me all the way back to my mama, just like a princess. Fine, they're both the best. Wait, miss, maybe you can help us. Who do you think you could pick out what kind of flowers they like? We're making flower crowns. We want them to be really, really happy here and stay for a while. Will you help us? Which flower did you pick for Thancred? You don't say. It sounds as if you were of great help to the children. To think that such a hero would be so kind. I cannot bear to think what would have happened to them were you not there to save them. Because of you, they've been given another chance at life. Daughter of House Balik. What business have you with the esteemed House Balik? An urgent letter? Let me see. Why, it's from dear Ardashir. At least we now know he's not out begging on the streets. Ardashir is the youngest son of our house. Father was upset he forsook blood and nation to tinker with soot-stained alembics, and thus he never wrote. He never even told us how we might contact him, so we've naturally been worried sick. Now he writes that he's found a new trading associate for father. Some merchant named Rowena. He says she can help us in our plight. What a peculiar topic for him to write about. He was always so recalcitrant about the family business. Perhaps he's homesick and trying to make amends. Nevertheless, we are delighted to hear from him. It is true that our country is in a precarious position, but I am elated to know my brother is safe and happy in Eorzea. Thank you for delivering this letter. Ardashir Balik. To the Mayhain. Merid's Mayhain. Which is up here. Is something amiss? Leather coin purse. Food for the hungry? We're not. He has more than enough coin for a crate full of apples. Bring it to him with my blessing. I'll take what I am owed and leave the rest. Pray return the remainder to him. You'll find the crate of apples in front of the Mayhain. And then, of course, we gotta It isn't the brave soul who protected us from the beasts, and perfect timing no less. Might I ask you for a small favor? I'm looking for the owner of a missing item, you see. I was just cleaning up the shop when I found this unraveled woven band under the counter. A husband and wife visited here the other day, and I'm quite certain it belongs to them. I was hoping to return it to its rightful owner, but they've not stopped by since. I fear the worst, but I'm holding out hope that they are well. I believe the wife mentioned she was an alchemist at the High Crucible. I thought so. I've got to run the thing to the place and talk to the guy. I've got your stinking apples. The eggs is the coin bird. Down, 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 down. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ah, my favorite. The yolks just melt in your mouth. My stomach calms, and I feel my stamina return. Thank you so much, friend. I'd been attacked by a strange monster high up in the mountains. I descended as fast as I could, tumbling through brush and tree boughs. Finally, I returned home. I was so exhausted. I collapsed, only to wake again to the pangs of my empty stomach. But I found I was too weak to get up. Such is the curse of being so large. We Arcosorura have great strength at our disposal, but once that strength is spent, it requires a veritable feast to replenish. You may have whatever coin is left in my purse as a token of my gratitude. Lachrymose Alchemist. We were at Mereed's when the final days came, but what of it? Forgive me, I still find it hard to remember that day. And I was wondering where it had gone. My husband gave me this, and now it is all I have to remember him by. Stubborn to the end of that one, he distracted the beast so that I was able to flee, then went off to save the others. The Radiant Host found me later. They told me he was gone, with not even a corpse left to bury. To tell the truth, I've been at a loss ever since. How do I carry on knowing that he gave his life for mine? We had so many plans, what our home would look like, what our children's names would be. And now, nothing, just a circle of woven thread he once slipped on my wrist, and the memory of how happy we were to share our lives with each other. So I go on living because anything else would tarnish that memory. Forgive me my outburst. It has just all been so much. At least the Crucible has been keeping me busy. I think that's what I need right now. That? You have a letter addressed to us? Why, this is from Master Jalzan. Last I heard he was doing field research in Eorzea. I can scarce believe it. Word of our plight reached him from across the sea, and he's arranged for shipment of vital supplies to be shipped from Ruina's House of Splendors. That he would be thinking of us in these trying times, even as he doubtless is facing his own fair share of hardships. Truly, he's a great man. That's right, there was one underneath here. Yeah. Excuse me. Just delivered the last one. I've heard horrible rumors of Ruina's punishments if you fail your task, like scrubbing ground from warehouse tiles with a paintbrush in plate. You really saved my skin. I wanted to become an adventurer so badly, so she tempted me with this beautiful set of armor, said I could put it on credit and work off the debt. Before I knew it, I found myself playing errand girl to the House of Splendors. So I don't falter for it. An adventurer needs armor after all, but my word if she isn't a shrewd one. Welcome back. Were you able to track down the couple? I do hope they are safe. One of them is, unfortunately. Excuse me. It is a tradition to present one to your lover, to beseech the gods to offer divine protection to one for whom you care deeply. It would seem her husband's prayer was heard, though tragically at the cost of his own life. Imagine she will need time to heal, but I hope that she will visit again, that I might offer her what comfort and kindness I may. At any rate, I thank you for attending to this task for me. Alright. To the first. To speak with Lena. Hello, Lena. Ah. Lynn, you are returned. I can't do her accent justice. Have you been well, you and the others? As well as can be. Oh, glad am I to hear that. I trust my lord is enjoying himself. He said this to you? Those exact words? Or these exact words? Oh, to know that he's happy, it fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Rin, for taking care of him. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself, futile a request though it is. And tell him that all is well here. The peace you gifted us continues, and we work hard to build new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we've never been more optimistic for the morrow. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of our governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on over how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Most are of a mind that the Settlement Council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing is set in stone, but however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our lord. No one could. Have we recently observed any unusual phenomena? No, I cannot say there have been. Curious that you should ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Reen came and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she has been of late. She and other Crystarium youths just hosted a festival, you see. It proved so popular that there are already plans for another celebration, one much bigger than the first. Between her preparations for the festival and the restoration of the empty, she struck me as happy and full of life. So when I saw her in a state of such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she would be more willing to confide in you. May I ask you to broach the subject with her? You wish to enter the Umbilicus? Very well, I shall fetch the key at once, and take the opportunity to find Reen. Please wait for me in the city, in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity, shall we say. I will be along as soon as I can. Is there a way to... Just happened to see somebody using this the other day, and I was kind of curious as to... Let's see, HUD... Aha, there we go. Now I don't have to cycle through them. That's lovely. Wrong place. Looking around the Crystarium. Do my old eyes deceive? Is that truly Rin? Ha! It is full glad am I to see you hail at all, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we are planning to produce a tome chronicling events from the Flood to the Knight's Return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours would be the one to crown them all. I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing the Spirit Festival, I gained valuable insights into travel beyond the rift, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds. There is no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me just one for now. In your quest to restore the night, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle? Vorthry. Ah yes, Lord Vorthry, former leader of Yulmore and the final Light Warden you cast down. Building his paradise on Mount Gould, he proclaimed his existence immaculate and took the name Innocence. Your reckoning with him was, without a doubt, a defining moment in history, and we will see that it features prominently in the tome. I know you'd love to talk our ear off for it, but we really should be on our way. Those documents from Yulmore won't collect themselves. Of course, and afterwards would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points on your treatise. Till next time then, do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend in particular, remind him not to overexert himself, again and again till his ears fall off, if that's what it takes for him to take it to heart. Everyone telling Raha to take a seat, bruv. Except he's kind of driven by our example, and everybody keeps telling us to do that, and we don't, so... Is that the Warrior of Darkness? It's her. It's really her. What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself. Best not, Ricky. You'd only give her a stomach ache. We've come to see Morin to get his advice. One of the guard finally agreed to teach us how to fight, but first we need to choose a fighting style. While I know that I want to be a mage, Arkell isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so I was thinking of taking up the axe, or the sword, or maybe the bow. They all seem alright, but it's hard to decide, so I thought I'd ask Morin. He knows about lots of things. Is it here? Aww. Oh, why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think suits Arkell best? Axe, sword, or bow? For protecting your friends, the sword. The sword? If you took up the sword, you could be just like... Brandon, the Warrior of Light. I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today. It's really popular, though. I hope it's still there. Thanks for helping me decide, Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style and maybe try something else later on. And when I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you. I'll knock you on your butt, kid. Instantly teleports behind child. Nothing personal, kid. Such fun she's been having basking in the adoration of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings, but does she spare a thought for me? Of course not. I waited and waited and waited, but she won't so much as acknowledge the presence of her beautiful branch, even though they're right here. Such a heartless thing, our sapling is cold and cruel and heartless. O faithful Fae'ul, loveliest of branches, how I have missed you. If you truly missed me, you should have cried for me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived. To make up for it, you will call with twice the passion next time, though for there to be a next time, you've some few struggles to overcome. So, my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it? How do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow. Would that I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we Fae folk is bound to that of the star. Whither it goes, so too do we follow. Such is our way. The most I could do for you is spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape's not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. Ah, but here are the ones you were waiting for. I wonder what manner of conclusion awaits at Tale's End. Lena and Reen. My apologies for the delay. Rin, it's so wonderful to see you again. You doubtless have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure. I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I've had this feeling, like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid that something might have happened. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that... I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Heidelin, never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense. These past few days, though, that connection has wavered, as if that immense something was distant, then close, then distant again. And then the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had been completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze, like during the star shower. But then I blinked, and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I had seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was a figment of a half-remembered dream. Rin, what are you not telling me? I have to know, please. It doesn't matter how terrible it is. And so we inform her of the star's potential demise. It wasn't my imagination then. The doom we witnessed in Amarod has come again. I can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here on the First, so don't worry about us. Please, look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. Well, that assumes there's a fight to be had. No, we'll hold on until you can find a way to save all our worlds. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath a blazing sky. Hope upon a flower. You're headed to the umbilicus to consult with Elidibus, right? I'll do some consulting of my own and speak with Lena, decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again, I'm certain of it. Just tell me all. Give the word, and I will show you to the ocular. Yes, let's go. Let's do this. How long ago hath it been?
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business. Acknowledged. Reinitializing Circus Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity.
What doth life lie?
Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
My home. My friends. No more than a dream. You. Why have you awakened me?
I have need of you, Elidibus.
I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all. So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star. The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear.
Bear them we will.
But if this is Fandaniel's decision, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill. Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share. Why apologize for receiving a favor of the defeated? If it sits ill, consider it payment for freeing Lord Zodiac from servitude. Where to begin? Ah, the end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him. Fandaniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him. Long, long ago. Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation, so consumed by self-loathing and hate. Elpis. Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place. A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there, and before joining the Convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief. He was Hermes. That is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived. Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis. No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility. And a truth that fills my heart. My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief. In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower, which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy. I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment. Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed.
Something's better than nothing.
It will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you. Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change. For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come. In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey? Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act. You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic.
Alright. I don't know what I'm doing. Beep boop 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 boop. Self-destruct activated. Tactical magic nuke.
Complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the ocular. All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last mote of my essence. Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting. in that promised land, beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go, and do not look back. Well, Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden, and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
Once more, we travel into the rift, going where we do not know. And unto its blinding radiance did we go forth. Intangible. Aetherite-like device. The device is reminiscent of an aetherite. Perhaps it is possible to attune with it. Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you fail to attune with the device. You can only assume it operates differently. Black-robed man. The remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half-mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mare Lamentorum and the recreated Amarod. It would seem you have made it to your destination. You gesticulate wildly and shout all manner of greetings and obscenities, but the man does not so much as glance in your general direction. The warrior flight just like looking at them and going, "Hey! F you! F you all to heck!" And nothing. The man stands dutifully by the aetherite-like device, a guide for this facility in all likelihood. You attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Elidibus warned, it appears your form is intangible. This is the right place, yes, Propylaeon? Judging by the woman's words, this facility is called Propylaeon. Propylaeon? You attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention, but feel nothing, and it seems neither does she. You suspect this door leads outside, but how to open it? Open, damn you!
And here we are, Elpis.
Well, well. How rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor?
Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
That's a familiar voice.
Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
By the by, you see it too, yes?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
Yes, you do, Emmett.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's. Do you suppose she created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's her spitting image. So let's leave it be. Come now.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded?
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
And just like that...
You may open your eyes.
We are corporeal. And no longer short. Well, we're still reasonably short.
You even adjusted its size. The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement. Without further ado then. Greetings! I am Hythlodaeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect. Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14. And how might we address you, my new friend? A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here. You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here? Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
If she truly wished to be here, then she would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend. And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
Harbor suspicions. Better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here. Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge, Elpis.
The world unsundered. Elpis.
This presence.
Axolotls! And a bird lady.
Visitors! We have visitors!
What secret are you hiding, I wonder?
Nothing nefarious, Emmett. You may put your suspicions to bed. Indeed, you may find we are the best of friends at the end. This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour, perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to ether, creation magics allow us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to help us for in-depth observation and study. Fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring it with us. Now then, our friend Hermes, aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Tired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Emmett Selk wishes to keep a low profile for his errands, so... Do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do. No? In that case, Emmett Selk? No. Your whim, your responsibility. You're getting not another thimble of ether out of me. The way he scrimps sometimes... You'd think he wasn't an eye-bottomless font of magic. You're taller. Very well, I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. Now, hold on, I thought you could make anything out of thin air. Philomythus notus. Philomythus? Philomythes? I'm not up on my Greek. You are a hair taller than they are. Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 petalodi. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your aether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the petalodi first. Good luck. You've caught the petalodi? Come, come, let us see. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion. There, it's ready. It's nothing fancy, but then we're trying not to stand out. Try it on for size. You turn living things into clothing, just like that? Well, not just like that. You need to revert them to their constituent ether first. Lest you wonder why I asked for 2 species, it is due to the difference in their etheric balance. Blending them allows us to produce garb with superior etheric stability. Well and good to disguise and educate it, but it won't fool anyone who can see weather damn. Fair point, but at the very least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. Emmett Selk speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you are familiar. The question is whose? Ah, of course, Azem's. If you say you belong to her, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence. For lack of her presence, absolutely. Were she here, she'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. Ah. And now I have to go around looking like this. That's not what I want. Except for the fact that the gloves... Well, let's see, can we... There. Ugh. It's hideous. I'm hideous. If you're ready, let us continue along the path to Ananorisis. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. Before we do that, we've got ether currents to find. And experience to gain. Even more of them to the west. Promise, chat. This is all for a very good reason. This makes things take less time later. $227 to the north, which is up there. Which we won't have access to for a little bit. $95 to the north. Behind the building. The building design here is very interesting. The colors and everything are very like Ivy League college, which is an interesting choice. $184 to the west. It's probably not on here. It's probably up above us, and we can't go there yet. We don't have access to the teleporters. More resort music. I don't know. This isn't quite as bad. There, combat music to liven things up. There it is. And I suspect that's all we're going to get for now. Now we may resume doing what we were doing. Yes? Can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your mask, I assume you are one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see, I see. My lips are sealed. The Chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you will find him at one of the pools here. The pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Hythlodaeus, while I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, that I could. As you know, Imitselk and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see ether quite keenly and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. So you know, it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cowls up, a special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let's find our man. And Azarga has opted for a mask anyway. I wonder, do you in Elpis sell Gissel greens? Do you even question the presence of my bird? There we are. You do sell Gissel greens. Interesting.
Huh. You are...
Oh. Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be... Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
Aye.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends? May we please be friends?
I see you found him.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You were of the convocation?
Emmet Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to... Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
An amistoma is missing.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The Ambistomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
I'll help, too!
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
There it is. It seems Hermes and Meteon have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as an ambystoma. Yet though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. Oh. The ambystoma. Hermes saw it high up the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him and he slipped. No, I'm fine, if a little embarrassed. For your own safety, please stand back. Ugh. Hermes, are you all right? Quite all right, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Meteon. Both you and, Rin Maha, you are called. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. No, I had forgotten all about its fellows. Truly, what a relief. I must thank Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way. As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here. Dun, dun, da, da, da. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Ananorisis. Riding through Elpis with my chocobo friend. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the ambystomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space if you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away again. Must remember to do the fates so we can get the riding map.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways. We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins. What? Will I have to remove you by force?
There are reasons I cannot speak freely.
Let's hear them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
Very imbecile.
I do not object to her attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe she can be trusted. Meteon would not have taken to her so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself, do you hear?
Have I done anything except behave myself? What are you on about? Emmett, has anyone ever told you you're too suspicious, man?
So, it's finally happened, then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Van Daniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Van Daniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the Star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it.
Yeah, but do you have to?
A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just... I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all.
Why, indeed.
Oh no. I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
I'm sorry, Rin. I didn't mean a walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk. That's not the door we came in. Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. Don't worry, I'm fine now. So, why did you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Oh, ooh, teach you. I can teach you. We could take turns. I tell you something, then you tell me something. Sounds like fun. It will be. It will be. Where to start? Yes, let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetheryte. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is, so I'll have him explain instead. Ah, the Aetheryte. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere, not to the ground or other isles. For that, you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. Memnon. And what have we here? Though you look like a person, you have the horns and scales of a beast. I assume you are a familiar like Meteon. Is there something you need? This is Rin. Could you teach her about Elpis? Ah, a newly arrived familiar, is she? Very well, I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to her. That's a guy. Okay. It's sometimes hard to tell. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist, testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you too were created with the hope of making the star a better place, so heed your masters well and be good, do you hear? We will, Memnon, we will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn, now I get a turn. Where did you come from? From a place far, far away. Then I probably don't know it. I don't know much about other places. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power! I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation, one not being watched. Then I'll explain my power. Motionless bird. Spriggans? What are spriggans? Oh no, we call them Orei. If it's just one, we say Oreus. Though they're cute, they can be naughty. Sometimes they run off with concept crystals, and Hermes has to run after them. Oh, this creation is perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new? Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. I just imagine she's receiving, like, unknowable eldritch horror. I can't read it, or maybe there's nothing to read? Wait, please, wait, I'll try again, with you this time. Greetings, can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in turn. I'm not actually speaking to you in your mind, rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings even should they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my powers when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? Playing. Playing? I'm still not sure what that means. Hermes says, let's play, but then he goes for a walk, or looks at creations. It's fun, but no different from work. Gone. I think we might be bothering it. Gone. Let's keep going. We'll go and see Yuantha next. She's usually in a small building, one on the west row. Well, well, if it isn't Meteon, I see you've brought a friend today. Greetings, Yuanth. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Rin. Oh, candied apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them. But you know you can't eat Meteon. You weren't made to do so. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. I'm sorry, Rin. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours, but I failed. Oh, that's what you like? Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Rin. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Meteon good. Rin wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught her. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate your keeping Meteon company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emmet Sulk and Hythlodaeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that she's in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Propylion. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. To see the joy her presence brings Meteon, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Rin is kind, really, truly. She taught me as much as I taught her. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots and lots. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Stoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. Oh look. Side quests. Hey, welcome back, someone. Good to see ya. Having a good day? You, my dear familiar, are precisely what I need. Pray help me with my research. One of our new creations has an extremely wary disposition. Try as I might to go near it for observation, it senses my ether and flees. As a familiar, your ether is thinner than mine, yet you seem more intelligent than your fellows. That being the case, I believe you may succeed where I have failed. Come with me behind the building. I will take you to the creation. Got to meet my man Emmett and Hithlo. We're doing good. As you can see, we're making good time. We're level 86 MSQ. We're in the next to last zone. The earnest observer casts his gaze. Where in the world could the rest have gotten to? Is this the lady? No, that's the guy. Okay. It's hard to tell with these sometimes. Ah, friend familiar, if you have a moment, I require help rounding up our Agavoidus young. 6 remain unaccounted for, and I would be most grateful if you could search for them with me. The creatures secrete nectar from their tails, which attracts insects. Where they swarm, you are like to find an Agavoidus? Agavoides? And when you do, use this etheric rope to catch it. Small as they are, I don't believe they will be too far away. Let us endeavor to find 3 each, and then reconvene here. Spend months in Elpis just chatting with the NPCs. I mean, it does offer you sort of an interesting glimpse into the lore of the world before. Kick some ass. Curious, a familiar bearing armaments? You must be special indeed. As it happens, I may have a use for you. Would you care to assist me by capturing a few Orpheons, in exchange for a reward of sorts, naturally? I should warn you, however, they tend to be rather uncooperative, aggressively so, in fact. The familiars previously recruited for this task all met with most unfortunate ends. A terrible waste, but let us not dwell on such things. Here, take this ethereally imbued rope and use it to restrain the Orpheons. Remember, I require living samples. They're extremely valuable, so if you must choose between their lives and your own, do the honorable thing and let them kill you. A visitor touring our facility, are you? If you wish, you can assist us with one of our latest arrivals, the Aureus. Creatures are identifiable by their long ears, which they use to detect danger. Speaking of world building, I found myself curious as to, like, okay, because the Elpis is basically the ancient, like, alpha build facility for, like, animals and stuff. I would be curious to know what the world looked like before their society got to where it was. And, like, are all of these concepts, like, are they entirely new, or are they based on things that they already had? Like, I just kind of was thinking about that earlier. I'm like, what did their natural world look like before they decided that they get to play God? Creatures are based on some reality. Yeah, it's just like I'm curious to know what the I mean, obviously it's a world with magic in it, so like natural evolution, they just pull traits from existing creatures. Yeah, but they do talk about the latest fashion has been to give aquatic creatures flight. I mean, obviously, yeah, they would have to understand what that is beforehand, I suppose. I don't know. It's just one of those, like, what did the natural order of things produce on this world before they started fiddling with it? You there, yes, you, the familiar. I need you to do me a favor. A colleague and I are supposed to conduct some tests at the Thalassai, but said colleagues are late to arrive. I would go and find him myself, but I have preparations to finalize. It's the one with blue hair. Okay. Natural order is our world. I'm standing at item. Psyduck creature. That's a platypus. A stand-up platypus, but that's a platypus. I don't know whose familiar you are, but won't you lend me a hand? A plant creation has recently dropped its fruit, and I'd be grateful if you could gather a few samples for me. Duck. It's watching the butterflies over here. A little hedgehog down there, too. Volunteer, how would you like to earn the respect and gratitude of Elpis' most gifted researcher? Egg gathering, the very reason I came. Excellent, why I sense your social standing rising even as we speak. To business then, I seek Daedalian eggs, that I may ascertain their ability to produce and raise offspring. One somewhat disconcerting trait of these winged wonders is their proclivity for laying eggs here, there, and everywhere. That is the reason why I'm finding it rather difficult to keep track of the damnable things. Let's see, do we have any more that we need to pick up? No, we're good to go. Alright. Doing all the side quests, cause we got to get them off my map. That's what we're going to do. Son, you will be pleased to know you have not missed major tierage yet. There was some slight choking up earlier. Oh, right. I forgot. We need to use the stuff before we pick these up. Big sad during Vanna's buddy. Oh, yeah. No, like, it's horrible. That whole scene is awful. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to getting to like the later parts of Elpis. I'm really not. I banish you, Kaiba, to the Shadow Realm. Let's see. Turn that off so that we can actually see where some of these other side quests are. Ah, right, this. There it is, Noto 666. News it is to Elpis. The creature has yet to be given a proper name. As I mentioned, I cannot go near it. Indeed, this is the closest I can be. I want you to approach it and then do something to show that you are a friend. I still get kind of choked up hearing the music at Ultima during hunt trains. Fair? I'm a weird one in that the song that they use in Ultima Thule, like, it's good, and it's like a very emotional song, but it doesn't particularly affect me. It's the other one. Kind of the main theme of Endwalker. What is it? Flow? That one gets me. Speaking of music, there was something that I saw on Twitter. I guess they've, as part of the media tour, they've released some of the music that they're doing for Dawntrail, or that they've done for Dawntrail, rather. One of them was the day and night theme for the new hub town. It's a good piece of music. I don't know that I agree on its use. Come to help us find the Aurea, are you say? We're much obliged. Use this Hypnos potion on it. Should the potion fail to work, as it occasionally does, you can simply exhaust the creature into submission. Ah! Oh, it's over this way. Okay. But yeah, the new music piece, like during the daytime, it's this kind of big band jazz piece, and like I said, it's a very good piece of music. It just doesn't quite fit, I think, what a lot of people were expecting for a very Latin America / Southeast Asia place. There it is. Where is this other Spriggan? Oh, it's right there. Potion has no effect. Can I use the potion on? Nope. So we have to kill it. That's unfortunate. We still don't have. Black Panther 2? Why Black Panther 2? There you are. Were you able to catch the Orei? Oh, yeah, that's... I forgot that the place they went was very much Latin inspired. There's familiar I'm not familiar with. Apologies, I couldn't help myself. Something I can do for you? Tests. So deep was I in thought, I completely lost track of time. In my defense, it was these very tests I'd been pondering. Lest you wonder, they are for a species of fish that purifies the sea by devouring carcasses. Small as they are easy targets for larger fish. Thus did we imbue them with poison. Not wanting the poison to outright kill, we kept it weak. Even so, it gradually accumulates within the predator's body, and testing has determined that it will lead to mass death. Could warn predators that it's poisonous. Aztec and historical instruments. Yeah. I mean, they don't necessarily, like, I saw a bunch of different opinions on it. Like, some people were saying, I'm glad they didn't go with the, like, super traditional, like, this is what we're expecting to hear kind of thing. And I can definitely see that side of it also. It just... I don't know. Like, even if you don't go with like something traditional or what you expect, it just felt like the piece is too much for a hub zone, but New York jazz is just so weird, yeah. All good, son. All good. We were just discussing the new music that they had kind of released for Dawntrail as part of the media tour. I believe it's on YouTube, yeah. It's the the day and night theme for Tuliolal. It took me a second. I was like, am I pronouncing that right? How familiar might you be, and what is it you require? Bird of Elpis feathers, you say. I assume they are for your master. Here you go, then, and run along. That reaction tells me, yeah, this is not what I expected. I don't think it's what anybody expected. The post that I saw on Twitter was like, do people just not like jazz? And I'm like, I don't think the problem is that people don't like jazz. I love jazz. Like, Cowboy Bebop is my jam, but like, it's not like for a city theme and how bombastic it is. I don't know that it's the right choice. Oh yeah, like for Solution 9 or something, but they've probably got something else that's like... They've probably got some EDM or something for that. Yeah, kind of a interesting choice. The night theme gets a little better because it's not going as hard. It's still not quite like a lot of people you'll probably see in the comments for the video, I think, have said like, you could have gone for like some bossa nova or like if you wanted jazz, there's plenty of like Latin jazz you can use. Why did you use big band jazz? Like, other people were mentioning that it may be something that, like, we'll have to see how it is, like, in-game, and that's perfectly fair. I and several other individuals have gotten the impression that it's going to be, like, I'll listen to it a couple times, and then it'll just... I will turn off my music when I'm in the city. Like, something that I really wish that they would go back to, and they did this in A Realm Reborn, but they haven't done it since, and I don't know why, is they need to put the music on, like, an infrequent timer. Like, let it play through the loop once, and then give us, like, 4 or 5 minutes of nothing, because you do have a lot of this ambient stuff going on in the background that, like, the sound engineers put a lot of work into making sound good, but if you have the soundtrack on all the time, you don't get to enjoy, like, all that audio space. So it's like, I really wish that they would kind of, like, as much as I love the soundtrack, having it on endless loop gets tiring after a little bit. I suppose, technically speaking, you could just, you know, again, turn the background music off and just listen to the ambient audio. Yeah. Not only did you find my colleague, you thought of a solution to our problem and fetched the feathers. You've been very busy on our behalf. My only complaint about Elpis is just the fact that, I mean, yeah, you don't have to glamour the robes on, but for immersion, you kind of do. I'm not a huge fan of the robes, personally. I went to all the trouble of making this super cool looking glamour, and you're gonna ruin it by giving me robes I gotta wear. Highest hopes for the Aureus, and they're digging for minerals. They prime the earth for plant life. Suppose, I mean, here we go. We can make ourselves ultra unique. It's like, why, yes, I am an ancient familiar. Why do you ask? To overcome such ferocious creatures and live to tell the tale. We'll just pretend they were all colorblind. Vicious predators such as Ophions, it would reflect rather poorly on those involved if they were to wreak havoc. Ba-da-dum. Running into walls. Oh, I forgot to pick this up. Oops. I'm running into a semi-new problem slash old problem in that my Dark Knight is now getting to the point where it may run out of experience before we get to the end. I'm gonna have to level something else. Probably like Summoner, just because then I get a healer out of it. We're not there yet, but as you can see, Dark Knight is sitting at 87, which, I mean, is reasonably current, but we're like halfway through 87. So... It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it unto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It is the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. I think I just gave up on the XP and just ignored it. I can't. It's inefficient. As said, we're keeping an eye on it. It depends. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Ah yes, lightning pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift up towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the pneuma here to replenish their ether. Story was getting too good to want to level another class, though if it was my second time around, I'd be more okay with more leveling. Yeah. Especially because, like, it doesn't take that long. The other evening, you were witness to it. I took it from, like, level 80 to 85 in the span of a couple hours. It appears Meteon is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the pneuma? by using this lightning can... For me, it would be like going... Oh, I suppose that's true. Yeah, if you're trying to do like a ton of levels in one go, then yeah. You can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball, a veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Perfectly done, Rin. Look. See how they gather to feed, how they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking and feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the Numa, or an ephemeral life form such as the Petaloda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Is Meteon a living being? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodaeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Oh, you've finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. The bike? The bike is a cash shop.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
I kind of wish it didn't have alpha on it.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis.
Yeah, the perk of the bike is, gotta go fast.
Entelekis. Like me.
I don't know what this word means.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. Well, it has no will of its own, It is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
You know, it just occurred to me, like, why does Emmett Selk's mask have to look so scary?
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Yeah, I know, he's part of the Convocation of 14, I get that part, but like, why does the Convocation of 14 want spooky, scary masks? Like...
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation.
Like, it's basically like... We have elected our new head of state. And it is this man in the Michael Myers mask.
What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter, on account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Neteon?
Yeah. Emmett Selk in high school. It's not a phase, Mom!
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river...
Hermes has gone off the deep end.
Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an Enteleki. Like me. So, are we the same? Intelleckies.
If I'm thin, it's because Emmett Selk didn't do a proper job.
Well, aren't we ungrateful? Mayhap I should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
A deficit of ether alone does not an Entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear, I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Bum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it even if we knew, but it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. What do you specialize in? Oh, you wish to know why Emmett Selk was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Yeah, that basically confirms it. Like, Emmett was most definitely a little chuny when he was in school. My apologies for the wait. I've inspected the Ampelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released unto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well, the Charybdis. That is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head north. Sanua. I understand there is a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third-generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable. Flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind, yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know? But of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless, shameful. Transforming! It's the same thing as nudism. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that when transformed I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance that we owe to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmett Selk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. Imitzelk is out of sight? Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Imitzelk train the Charybdis. What? Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents, and with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I'm loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Rin, I want you to go to Imitzelk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to Sorry, I'm using Hermes' voice for Hythlodaeus. That's not right. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck. Now we get to go poke Imitzelk forever. Which is fun. I love annoying Imitzelk. Excuse me. Sir Edgelord, I have a favor to ask. Oh no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. I don't know what Hythlodaeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hythlodaeus is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-weary Imitzelk. Please, Imitzelk, Sir Edgiest of Lords. Oh, I forgot the... It's got to be exact. I forgot the comma.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emet-Selch. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emet-Selch. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last. I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we? You were wondering why Emet-Selch joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emet-Selch has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in the business of others. Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow. Her antics irritate Emet-Selch to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine. And together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well, listen.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Alright, it can fly now. But why is it blue?
Ah, yes. I dare say that this will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selk notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Rin and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. All of a sudden, I've forgotten Hermes. Let's see. Indeed, with this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. That is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way, we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. You done hit the button. As you wish, Chief, as you wish. Hermes. I'm fine, don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Ananorissus for now. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Emmett Selk, the tsundere, everybody. Tell me, Rin, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis. Dynamis seemed promising. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lycion, I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupites, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry, or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the occupites were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lycion that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I've no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. Hermes, wait! If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. Ugh. Side quests. Don't believe we've met. As much as I would like to engage in more meaningful conversation, I'm actually in the midst of searching for someone. It's my mentor, who taught me practically everything I know. Now, she has relinquished her role and is ready to make her final journey, but before she does, there's an important matter I must convey to her. The last concept in her care, a beautiful winged creature, has been approved for life on Aetheris. Please, will you help me look for her? There's a strong chance you will find her at Philomethes Notos. I'm pretty sure that's how we pronounce that word, but I'm not sure. I didn't know. Oh my, aren't you adorable? Actually, this is something you might be able to help me with. Warmest of welcomes. Known familiars attended such duties. What's a nice way to put this? Idiosyncratic familiar. A familiar come to observe us observers, are you? By what are you called? Rin, you say? It is a fine name. I am Phadius, a researcher here at Anarisis. We are currently preparing a section of the tile for a new creation. For this, we need to expel those creatures that inhabit said area, that they'll not interfere with our tests. The simplest way to do so is to have the Ampulos sneeze. The explosive noise never fails to send nearby critters fleeing. We're just about to tend to this task, but seeing as you are here, how would you like to give it a try? Sure. I knew you'd be keen. To look at you display, and you are an inquisitive sort of familiar. Now then, my beastkeeper colleague is already on site on the northeast of here. Let's go! Picking up side quests, doing them all, doing the thing and doing it all. Did they release the quest track for Dawntrail? Quest track? Like a list of them? Or, oh no, you're talking about the, like, accept sting and all that stuff? I have no idea. I just saw the post about the main city theme. Quite recently, I was wholly engaged in a prolonged research project at the Academia Nether. There are more experienced individuals who could provide a more comprehensive... This grumbling's hardly constructive now, is it? The task was given to me. I will attempt to cover the most salient features of our facilities to the best of my abilities. Oy. Nicias. Charmian, oh, and who's your friend? Azim's familiar? Why you appear so astute and deliberate in your thinking? I should very much like to make an extended study of your composition and consciousness. Oh, do forgive my forwardness. It is my duty to chart the behavior of familiars, and I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at will, you see, but our research here is given special dispensation, once the subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle, or must otherwise coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me, and I am responsible for observing and evaluating their potential compatibilities. Oh, but of course, if Azim might grant us permission, then you could abide here for a few years while I analyze... And on that note, we really must be moving along. Step lively, Rin. Hermanos. Who do we have there? A familiar of some kind, judging by your ethereal structure. Yes, I'm accompanying Rin here on a tour around Ananorissus at the behest of the Overseer. A tour? Feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I advise keeping your distance from the larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain and do not take kindly to intruders in their territory, especially the specimens found on the other islands. They can be exceedingly hostile. Well, I am sure you are quite capable of defending yourself. No one appreciates a surprise tusk through the abdomen, eh? Thank you for the warning. We will proceed with due caution. Hello, Shamian. Was there something? The Overseer asked that I give this familiar a tour of the grounds, and I thought the best way to do that was to show her what we do here firsthand. I see. Well, as my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, I hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life. When it comes to watching certain grasses grow, one must be prepared to observe over the course of several years, and in the case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious, perhaps, yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering an entire habitat, and their presence as a food source has an enormous influence on the local wildlife. Was that the sort of thing you wish to know? Yes, that was perfect, thank you. I think we've covered the main areas of interest. All that's left now is to speak with Overseer Socles. Socles? Ah, I see you've completed your tour. Almost. We spoke with those in charge of the various facets of Ananorissus, but I thought it would be fitting to end this visit where it began, with you, Overseer Socles. I see, and what is your impression of the work we do here? It requires equal levels of passion and patience. I'm glad we could have further your worldly education. I'm glad to see you enjoyed the experience, at least I hope you did. You are truly a masterpiece of creation. Only a soul-bearing familiar could demonstrate such robust cognitive and cogitative faculties. Were you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into your aura. You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please, stay a while and share more of your thoughts with us. Yes, I second this invitation. In all the long years I have resided here, never have I encountered such a unique entity, and one of Azim's, no less. Bum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Rin, how is our fascinating familiar friend? What is it about you that ignites my observer's soul? Well, now that we've been properly introduced, perhaps you can tell us more. Yes, I would very much like to know how you see the world, how everything, large or small, appears to your eyes. Assuming you're amenable to the idea, you must join Charmian on another tour, this time to take a wider look at the surrounding facilities. I'm interested in learning about you as well. I see, then we shall delight in teaching in each other. But where to begin? Which facility do you suggest, Overseer? Oh, any place you feel will best elicit a response from our guest. Right, yes, of course. Well then, Rin, come with me and we'll visit the arcane entities on the south side of Ananorisis. Ooh, wrong bar. Still have to pick up this last one. Pompous creator. Azim, what in the blazes are you doing here? Hold on, you seem thinner somehow. You have much in common with her, but it's clear you're not one of us. A familiar, perhaps? I suppose it's just like her to send one of her minions to poke its nose into our affairs, but since you're here, instead of hanging around like a bad smell, why don't you make yourself useful? I want you to take this latest work of mine, a new variety of fruit, to my colleagues. In the meantime, I will be cultivating more specimens in the chthonic horns. Yes, you heard that correctly. Cultivating, not simply conjuring with creation magics. Aye, the fruit I produce is a labor of love. Now that my newest masterpiece is close to completion, I would have my fellow researchers sample its delights. I wish to hear their impressions before I make the final adjustments. Unfortunately, for all their wisdom, I find them intolerable at the best of times, never mind when they are critiquing my work. For that reason, I would have you go in my stead, and be quick about it, lest the fruit spoil as a result of your dawdling. Alright. Now we can start doing all these proper. We've yet to register an official name for this specimen, so we simply call it the Bird of Elpis. What is your first thought upon beholding this majestic creature? I've seen it somewhere before. You have? But we haven't even completed its evaluation, let alone registered a concept with the Bureau of the Architect. Are you perhaps acquainted with the entity's creator? In any case, I'm eager to hear more of your responses. You truly are unlike any construct I've ever met, familiar or otherwise. Let's continue southwards, shall we? I would like to hear your opinion on this next facility. Are you lost, little familiar? Fruit! I would love to try a piece. I don't mean to be rude, but this falls somewhere between rather foul and positively revolting. It's so bitter, it's practically inedible. You are the familiar who arrived with them at Suckland Hythlodeus, yes? And what do we have here? Fruit. New species of fruit, eh? Let us hope it tastes better than it looks. My word, what an unusual flavor. Equal parts bitter, musty, and tart. Not entirely unpleasant. I'm curious to know how such a thing was... and not entirely unpleasant. Grown from seed in the chthonic horns, you say? In my experience, leaving such things to nature leads to wildly varying results. To have bred such a specimen must have been incredibly time-consuming, not to mention inefficient. Fruit. My impressions? Very well. Good gracious, what is this? It's so outrageously bitter, something akin to a wave of icy cold is spread throughout my entire body. I certainly wouldn't eat this out of choice, but it could be made into medicine for staving off the heat in arid environments. Flavors of my fruit. Give me 2 seconds, chat. I gotta go blow my nose real quick. Alright. Sorry about that, chat. I just had something stuck in my nose and it was bugging me. He's supposed to be here by now, but who might you be? Oh, you're clearing the site in Phadius' stead. How very kind of you. Come then, let's get you on the Amplos. Once you're securely mounted, ride it yonder and have it sneeze at the bushes. Achoo! Speaking of nose... Able to execute command while jumping. I'm not jumping! Creatures came running all the way here. Frightened as they looked, I dare say they'll keep away from the site for a good while. For its hard work, I shall treat the Ampelos to a spot of sunbathing. Meanwhile, you should return to Phadius. I'm certain he will have a reward for you too. What brings you here, O friendly familiar? Time for a meal, eh? Ah, yes, quite right. Thank you for reminding me. Still, a few more moments here can't hurt, surely. I dare say. Everybody says, dare say. Next Final Fantasy XIV expansion. Dare say. You've noticed how refreshing it is to even stand in this idyllic place. The air itself is permeated with rich ether, and the fine droplets from Lef ease the aches from a hard day's work. Try a nice big stretch. See what I mean? The wind through the leaves, the waterfall's soothing spray, there's nothing quite like it. In our busy day-to-day lives, it's all too easy to forget to look after ourselves. Naturally, that includes familiars. Speaking of which, I'd best get something to eat, as you so kindly came here to tell me. As you seem new to these parts, my friend will probably be wondering whether you've lost your way. Go and put his mind at ease, would you? Not bad advice. You're having a rough day. A little self-care goes a long way. So remember that, chat. You wish to speak with me? Ah, yes, I had a feeling she might say that, as I have told her my decision has been made. But what about the winged creature? Glad tidings to be certain, but my work is done. This news was more than sufficient, and I thank you for it. Nothing can deter me from my chosen course, and I must join my predecessors in the hereafter. Tell Blast to name the creature as she pleases. Is it Blast? Blasty? Either way, it's a weird name, and that I wish her every happiness. Now, our brief encounter has reached its end. Farewell. Oh, that's that. We don't want to do that yet. I wonder if... Now I'm wondering if somebody has actually, like, done an edit for that. If not, I may just do so. Somebody in the novice chat mentioned Captain Ginyu, and that just made me think of Xenos doing the body snatching. It's like Xenos doing the thing, and Captain Ginyu's line of "Change now!" That structure over yonder houses some of our more unorthodox researchers. Rather than weave creation magics, they breed existing specimens in the hopes of begetting new strains and species. The method is imprecise, the outcome uncertain. To my eyes, such research seems awfully self-indulgent, merely means to sate the whims of one's intellectual curiosity. Our purpose in life is to improve Aetheris. In my opinion, we should steer clear of techniques which produce flawed results. What if the process created something unexpectedly incredible, beyond what you could imagine? A serendipitous discovery? I suppose it is possible. I mean, that's sort of how you all came about. Thank you. I had thought to broaden your horizons, and here I am realizing how narrow my own views can be. Hardly a desirable quality in an observer. Time for a spot of rest and reflection, I say. Shall we move on to the morning dew? It's favored by many an observer for its calming tranquility. I was just there! Gosh darn you, game. I was just... What a pleasant surprise. You must be one of the most bafflingly prickly familiars I've ever seen. Bafflingly prickly? What? Eurydice chose your representative well, it would appear. As a matter of fact, I too have an errand to ask of you, namely the delivery of these concepts. 3 aquatic fauna specimens from the words of Mitron, and 1 flora sample from the words of Halmarut. All very fascinating, as any counterparts here will soon discover. It would also be prudent to remind Eurydice not to let their captivating nature distract her from making her observations. Well then, there's no time like the present. Alright, now to turn everything in. and pick up another one. Because I know the Turing Ananorisis, that one is going to have another quest after I turn it in. -3 fruit samples, I presume. Is that so? Not one of them found it to their liking? They claim my last attempt was too sweet, and now it's too bitter? Honestly, the nerve! I shall cross-pollinate sour and sweet varieties and see what they have to say about that. I'll show them it's these wildly varying results that come from adherence to natural processes that have the power to defy expectation, and as the familiar of Ozim herself, I'm sure you can appreciate that. Here to report on the successful completion of the favor I asked of you. How very dutiful of you. Could I be correct in guessing your little jaunts pay dividends? Ha, no need to tell me. I can see you're practically bursting with vim and vigor. Why, even I feel better just looking at you. I've done nothing but stand here the entire time. I have forgotten what half of you wanted me to do. I'm just turning all this in. Excuse me. I trust our guest was as enamored with you as I am. As if to confirm your suspicion that crystals are at the center of every facet of existence, this pattern from which life is conjured has also been wrought of crystal. The words of Mitron, we have what seems to be an aquatic mollusk capable of storing ether in its shell. I can only guess as to what purpose that would serve, but I dare say all will become abundantly clear in due course. Oh, I do apologize. I already find myself mesmerized by these concepts, just as our visitor predicted. For your plan in bringing me these wonders, you have my thanks. That's also something I've always kind of wondered. How did Squaresoft with Final Fantasy become like just everything is crystals? All of it, everything, forever, crystals. Like, yeah, they're pretty, but crystals. Need more crystals. Nothing's wrong with crystals. It just amuses me that it's like literally everything in Final Fantasy, crystals. In Final Fantasy XIV, like, what's the cause of problems? It's either ether or crystals. Original Final Fantasy, what's the problem? We gotta go find the 4 elemental crystals. Should have known nothing would sway her. All I can do is hope she finds blessed respite in the ethereal sea, and that we may one day be reunited in another life. Until then, I will carry on her legacy, beginning with the naming of the creature she cared for so dearly. I think I shall name it after her. That way, she will live on through her work forever. Should just make us collect, like, badges from the primals and bosses. I'm just imagining primals. Well, no, actually, I guess that is kind of how it works in, like, Final Fantasy VIII. You beat the summon, you get the summon. So yeah, just go around collecting gym badges. I'm sorry, you don't have the right badge. You can't summon Shiva yet. Welcome to our Garden of Respite. We can explore more of it later, but first, I want to hear more of what you think of people, of us. I've often sat here musing upon the nature of our creations and wondered how a familiar might perceive its creator. We're not so different. Because I'm not a familiar, but you don't know that. Perhaps that's true. You do seem far closer to us in nature than most other familiars. Well, let us set aside such musings for a moment and bask in the morning dew's serenity. So I can pick up another quest. Are you well rested, Rin? One cannot perform at one's best without allowing the mind and the body time to recuperate. Here on Ananerissus, we often encourage one another to nap or partake of some of the fruits we grow. Actually, you know what? Taking a nap or, whatever. Or you could just run on Red Bull and Dreams. Which is not to say that I run on Red Bull and Dreams, chat. I don't do energy drinks. I thought about it a couple times here recently, but nope. How remiss of me. How exactly do you sustain yourself? Is Ozim supplying me with ether? No, but you'll fade away without the proper nourishment. The chore can wait. We must feed you immediately. Would you mind picking some of the white blooms to the west of here and bringing them to Overseer Socles? Archestratus flowers, we call them. I'll have everything else ready by the time you arrive. Just like a white bell-shaped flower. My partner is blitzing through all the side quests, but that's because they don't have to read everything. They don't have to be entertaining for chat. I love you guys, chat. I love you. You're great. Shawman explained to me the crisis at hand. Have you brought the flowers? Yes, these are the ones we need. I'll add them to the fruits from Shawman's basket, and we'll soon have an ether-replenishing beverage for you to enjoy. 'Tis the work of but a moment. I just need more of you, chat. Just need more of you. Jonesing for chat. And here we are, freshly squeezed Ananerissus juice medley. Go on then, drink up. I'm curious to hear what you think of it. Oh, I should probably drink the thing that they just gave me. Made from Elpis-grown fruit and flowers, the aroma of this ether-rich concoction promises a uniquely complex flavor. Down the hatch. You drink the juice, noting the complexities of the floral and fruity flavors. Ah, good. It seems you're able to tolerate liquid sustenance. You didn't appear to be suffering from any loss of material form, but a familiar must have a regular infusion of ethereal energy. And now that we know you won't suddenly vanish, will you please reassure Charmian? She still looks terribly concerned. So glad you were able to replenish your stores of ether. Overseer Socles certainly is a wonder when it comes to food preparation. Still, I firmly believe that the consumption of food should be limited to restoring one's strength. Any reason beyond that is simply wasteful. Eating for enjoyment alone is an unnecessary drain on living resources. I beg to differ, lady. Such a practice can only be harmful to our star's equilibrium. Well, I don't know about it being harmful to the star's equilibrium. It is certainly harmful to your equilibrium. Which is why I have so much respect for Overseer Socles and his culinary talent. He employs ingredients and methods which not only optimize a dish's ethereal concentration, but also produce flavorful results. Save your compliments, Shamyon. I won't be flattered into making another batch until it's time for our next meal. Well, of course not, and I would never dream of attempting such base manipulation to begin with. Enough! Just stop it. Rin, I feel we've grown to understand each other, but there's one last thing I wish to know. As you've seen, our purpose is to improve life on this star, and we each have our own way of approaching that purpose. Familiars, too, exist for a reason, often a very specific one, and I wonder what you feel about your place in the grand scheme of things. Shamyon, perhaps you can provide our friend here with an example of what you mean. Such a nebulous question requires a more recognizable foundation from which to answer. Yes, you're right, of course. We must not skip the journey in our haste to reach the destination. You are currently impeding my ability to get to my destination. Where to begin? Broadly speaking, we study the wisdom and magics of our forebears and choose our path as our interests and talents begin to crystallize. Even among the observers of Ananoryssus, however, Overseer Socles and I share a similar calling. Again, it may be more beneficial to simply show you what I mean. Please accompany me to the archives in the northwest. This is where we keep all of the administrative records. Are you sure that's all of them? Okay. This is where any of these documents will help give you an idea of what we consider to be our defining purpose. Feel free to browse. I shall just be awaiting you outside. Appear to contain detailed observation log. The name Socles is written on each of the spines. Stack of half-finished observation logs. Judging by the penmanship, the author is someone other than Socles. Observation log 6124. Today, there was an incident involving the hippocampus. The creature is extremely territorial, and 4 observers sustained light to severe injuries from water-based magics as a result of their perceived intrusion into its domain. A report has been sent to the words of La Habrea outlining the dangers inherent in continued observation of their nominated subject, and the intent to shift our focus to the smaller and considerably less aggressive Heaping. And I do not know what animal they are referring to, or creature. Hippogriff, perhaps? Ah, Rin, did you find the observation logs enlightening? Overseer Socles has built up quite a library, hasn't he? He's logged comprehensive observations on every living being in Ananoryssus, not only objective physical descriptions, but also his personal thoughts and impressions. And that amounted to only that small shelf of books? That's why I'm here, to carry on the Overseer's invaluable work. When it comes to the continued success of Ananoryssus, our purposes are very much aligned. I cannot help but worry, however, that I lack the same degree of perception and ability, that I am unfit for the task I have chosen. Even being in the same room as those logs is enough to make me feel uncomfortable. My insistence that you examine your purpose was, I think, born from the trepidation which surrounds my own. An uncertainty you need not feel. Overseer Socles. As one of our newest arrivals, you have ever been quick to doubt yourself, yet you were able to guide Rin here on an engaging tour through the intricacies of our duties, which clearly demonstrates the depths of your understanding. If all I wanted was someone to emulate my work, why, I would simply continue doing it myself. No, the reason I asked you to assume my role is because I believe you can take our projects in new and novel directions. Raising you as a competent successor is the final step of my purpose in life. Do me proud, Charmion. It is your growth, your efforts, which will facilitate my return to the star. I will do my best, Overseer. But don't be in too much of a rush to leave us. There's still so many things I need you to teach me. And speaking of teaching, thank you, Rin, for this wonderful and enriching visit. It's been a pleasure learning about you, not to mention a few things about myself. Yes, you also have my gratitude for the part you've played in training my young colleague. You are welcome to return whenever you wish. Bum 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 bum. Da 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 da. Alright. We done? Done with the side quest? We can go continue? Yes, we can go continue now. Yeah, finally. After an hour of side quests. Again, I was saying earlier, I really hope that they fix like the pacing of those or something in Dawntrail. I don't have my hopes very high, but I don't know. It's just this constant thing, like going through it again, where it's just, okay, cool, we have this super urgent thing we need you to do. Here's 20 other side tasks that you can't ignore. Like, it's not required, but I feel like there's a better way to weave the side quests in and out of the main quest. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. Alakion was indeed responsible. But the creature's nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emmett Selk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycaon did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Rin. Come, come. It's down this path and over the bridge. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long, blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Meteon is now accompanying. Well, good for Meteon. Dark-haired man. Did you say blonde hair? Right, blonde. Blonde man. Not a dark-haired man, but a blonde-haired man. What about a sharp-dressed man? Every girl go crazy for a sharp-dressed man. Bun. Doros! That's Doros! Well now, if it isn't Meteon, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycaons, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the field in restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Qwestley. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that a Lycaon slaughtered Occupites. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Lycaons would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos. A memory reconfiguration system. The Chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive, and potentially dangerous. Depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions, Pastroth may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of Ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat onto the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycaons have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emmett Selk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray, show them to the meeting room. We are getting a clearer picture of Hermes and his view on the world. To man, other beings are just things to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Meteon, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting, I'll stay with Rin. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Meteon in your care again? Do it. Do it, bud. I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Rin? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders. Meteon accompanying, right? tree in bloom. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree. So big and bright. I love them, but they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Is it, though? Oh, a Kunayan, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Rin. At spotting flowers, we'll find something soon. You spy nothing promising nearby, at best common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Oh, skipped some of her dialogue. Over there, Rin, something big, huge. That's a Marlboro. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the marble-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The thing around its mouth. Adonis? I'm sorry, the context of that word is unusual to be given to this creature. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers, the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Rin? Would he like? No. So not this one either. Finding a good flower. It's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Rin, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. Grips. Lush green fields stretch up before you, ending where the sky begins. Aw, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there, what could it be? Suddenly combat. Elpis flowers, they're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entelekis. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly, the flower was dark in your home? Then do you have it too? A dark emotion? I dare say I have a few. You don't have to say it. I can feel it's something you want to hide. Not so much hide, just... But won't you lend it to me, the darkness inside you? I want you to make the flower dark, in front of Hermes. He's been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Sure. I can make a flower depressed for you. Truly, you'll do it? Thank you, Rin. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. I don't remember what happens here. Oh, gosh. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they've finished.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
Okay, okay.
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you.
We finally get a look at this face. His mug.
May we talk a moment? I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will. And when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. But they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I'm filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
I could tell you all about suffering. Let's have no more brooding, eh?
Indeed. Difficult though it may be, I must endeavor to be strong like you. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it.
I also want to know, like, how did you manage to create, like, a life form that travels at essentially the speed of light? Or faster?
But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteon. Let us head back.
All right.
Alright, so we have a ton of side quests, and we are hitting the end point. Nobody go anywhere just yet. We have found a good stopping point. I am going to switch back over here. All right, we will pick this up tomorrow. For anyone joining us, thank you for being here. You have caught us at the end of Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker main scenario. We are moving at a pretty decent clip, actually, considering the level of the main scenario quests that we're at. We just had a good long talk with Hermes about life, the universe, and everything. And until next time, everybody, this is... Whoop, turn that back off. This is Qwestley reminding you
to be legendary.
Have a good night, everybody.